solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Jeffrey wanted to destroy the innocence out of children.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Currently the most discussed name in the entire world, with a list of crimes that seems to only continue growing. But controversy surrounded his entire life and death.
We chase the trail where the truth might fall, one step closer to the dark. We're seeking answers, digging through the dust. Every secret's a ghost we can trust. Seeking answers where the silence rusts. The truth's a knife with a blood.
Jeffrey Edward Epstein was born in Brooklyn, New York on January the 20th, 1953, to school-aide and homemaker Pauline Stolofsky and groundskeeper and gardener Seymour George Epstein. He lived with his parents and younger brother Mark in the private gated middle-class community of Seagate on Coney Island. Pauline was described as a wonderful mother and homemaker, with both of his parents being considered quiet and humble. Jeff attended Public School 188 before moving on to Mark Twain Junior High, earning himself some extra spending money by tutoring his classmates. He was described by friends as sweet and generous, but quiet and nerdy. He was just an average boy, very smart in math, slightly overweight, freckles, always smiling. In 1967, Epstein attended the National Music Camp at the Interlochen Center for the Arts after having learned the piano at the age of just 5, and was considered a talented musician. After skipping ahead 2 grades, he graduated Lafayette High School in 1969 before attending maths classes at Cooper Union until 1971. In September, he attended the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University, studying mathematical physiology, though in 1974 he left without completing his degree.
Someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who never graduated from college, never reached his potential, like intellectually, did not really have a divine purpose in life, and if he had one that was planned by God, even though he worshipped a different one, the false god, he was a very insecure man. Obviously, he couldn't go out on his own and meet a woman who would fall in love with him and want to marry him and have his baby.
But somehow, despite having no qualifications, in September that year, Jeffrey Epstein managed to land a job as a physics and mathematics teacher at Dalton School in Manhattan. Donald Barr was the headmaster there at the time and did have a history of employing questionable people in the past, but it's unclear whether or not he actually had any involvement in the hiring of Epstein.
Epstein never told me he was a maths teacher. He told me he used to be a cab driver. And he said he had his own fleet of cabs and stuff. And he told me he used to give girls free rides for blowjobs. So I don't understand how a cab driver is suddenly a maths teacher. And also, if you look at the articles about this thing of Epstein being a maths teacher, there's a photo of him with the board and he's written his name incorrectly. It's like Epstein without the E. So what kind of a maths teacher writes the name incorrectly? Also, if he was a maths teacher, surely some of his students would have come out and spoken by now, correct? Also, like, as far as being a pedophile, you would have expected some of the students to have had cases against him. Where are all the students? I would like to hear from one person who was in Jeffrey Epstein's maths class. You know, because these students will be about, 40 now? Or 50? Or 60, they'll be alive. Where are these students that were in his maths class? That's what I want to know.
Jeffrey allegedly showed early signs of inappropriate behavior during his time there towards the young, underage female students, showering them with a lot of attention and even allegedly showing up to several parties where the students were drinking. Others reported seeing him flirt with the young girls as well, but it was during this time when he became good friends with Alan Greenberg, who was the CEO of Bear Stearns and whose children attended the school. According to Greenberg's daughter Lynn Keppel, at a teacher-parent conference, Epstein managed to convince a completely different student to tell Greenberg just how much they would recommend him. It was in June 1976 when Epstein was fired from the school due to poor performance, but Greenberg graciously offered him a job, hiring him as a low-level junior assistant. He then went on to become options trader, advising the bank's wealthiest clients on tax mitigation strategies. Epstein was highly praised for his work, showing genuine skills with their clients and complex products, so much so he became a limited partner in 1980. But it wouldn't last forever.
I think he's the front of a big business. There's a big business behind him, and I think there were other people protecting him. I don't believe that he was really a math teacher, like I was saying. Also the way he started working for Bear Stearns with, Ace Greenberg, all those names. It seems to me like with the school of Dalton, if you ask me, it seems like one of those, he got involved with the children, and I think one of the children did something bad, and then he blackmailed the parents, and I think that's how he got along. That, if you had to ask me, I don't know, I'm just guessing here.
In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much can you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9.
The company had to question some of Epstein's behavior as he had lied on his resume and had also charged expensive jewelry for his girlfriend on the company card. Due to this, in 1981, Jeffrey was suspended and given a fine, but he denied any wrongdoing, claiming that he was deeply offended by the allegations and it led to him quitting altogether. But despite leaving the company, Epstein did remain good friends with Greenberg. In August, he founded his own consulting firm known as Intercontinental Assets Group Inc., where he would help clients recover stolen money from fraudulent brokers and lawyers. Epstein was described at this point as a high-level bounty hunter. While he would tell friends that he worked as a consultant to help very wealthy clients to recover embezzled funds, it was later revealed that he also helped clients who had embezzled funds themselves.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it, a heart.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it, advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no
Why?
question. Because ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people. You're a mathematician.
We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, Tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
The devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
This is when Epstein began to truly earn his fortune, traveling the world, meeting businessman Stephen Hoffenberg and former United States Attorney General John Mitchell. According to Hoffenberg, Epstein was hired by defense contractor Douglas Leese to work for British intelligence, and was then subsequently introduced to media proprietor Robert Maxwell.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No.
Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever inform or represent to you that she was working with any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No.
And during your relationship, did you ever suspect Epstein or Maxwell of being affiliated with any intelligence agency?
I did not.
Epstein told me he worked with the CIA, so very much I believe it, because, CIA and Mossad are very, they're connected. Like Robert Maxwell and Leslie Wexner apparently both worked for the Mossad CIA in the 80s. So, yeah, there's a lot going on with, that we're not made aware of with these bastards and their criminal organizations, like bringing in drugs, human trafficking. There's a lot of money in drugs and human organs and babies, by the way, guys. Follow the money. And yeah, JP Morgan, there was $1 billion worth of human trafficking transactions between there and Epstein Morgan's accounts. Between JP Morgan and Epstein's accounts, $1 billion worth of human trafficking transactions. I think that should be highlighted. And I think people need to look into it, because human trafficking transactions, $1 billion. Epstein, JP Morgan.
David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, "This is my driver." He said, "It's my colleague." And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, "Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money."
It was around this time Jeffrey Epstein sparked up a relationship with Swedish model Eva Andersson Dubin. In 1987, Hoffenberg gave Epstein a job as a consultant for Towers Financial Corporation, a collection agency chasing people's debts, and Epstein was now a millionaire. From this venture alone, he was bringing in around $25,000 every month, which is around $69,000 today, setting up his own offices in the Villard houses in Manhattan, New York, as well as purchasing a variety of his own properties and his own private island located within the United States Virgin Islands. His own company was able to re-establish themselves as corporate raiders using Towers Financial for marketing. He attempted to take over Pan American World Airways as well, but this venture failed. As did in 1988 an attempt to take over Emory Air Freight Corp, though he remained in close working communications with Hoffenberg, travelling everywhere with him on his private jet. He founded the financial management firm J. Epstein & Company, supposedly to manage the assets of clients who held more than $1 billion in net worth, but others actually doubted this legitimacy. In actuality, the only publicly known client of his that was in fact a billionaire was Leslie Wexner, who was the chairman and CEO of L Brands and Victoria's Secret, and Epstein served as his financial advisor and right-hand man.
I'm still angry with that agent because she knew exactly what kind of man he was. Because in 1988, so that was 3 years prior to me, that she sent me to him, there was this documentary on CBS, 60 Minutes with Diane Sawyer, and it's called American Girls, and it talks about Brunell, and there are like multiple victims of Brunell telling exactly the same story as me. There's even one who's saying like, I was drugged and raped by him. She was anonymous. So it was out there. The information was out there.
He made it very clear that he worked with Leslie Wexner and that he was looking for models for Victoria's Secret for Leslie Wexner.
Epstein was incredibly confident, which is how he was able to charm and impress people so easily. He was well connected socially and incredibly skilled when it came to human resources. I saw lots of people doing lots of hard work, and hard work didn't translate into success either. It wasn't what you knew or how hard you worked. In fact, the people who were doing construction on Telegraph Avenue at the time, coming in at 7 o'clock in the morning and spending 12 hours working, they looked like they still were neither happy nor successful. So it was not, and what I learned from Dalton, lots of it in fact, turns out to not necessarily be who you are, but who you came in contact with. It was in 1991 when Epstein met Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine.
I'd come to visit America in 1990. I had been running my own company up until that time, which was a company called Maxwell's Corporate Gifts. And I had also been working for my father at the time. I had multiple jobs with him. I was, in 1990, I was working with a new company of his, a new newspaper that he was launching called The European. And I was in charge of launching a magazine to go with the European. And I was traveling at that time from England to America because my father was looking to, he'd also bought Macmillan, the publishing house, and he had purchased the New York Daily News. And it's true to say that my father always wanted me to come back full-time and work for him, but that's a much longer story. I don't think we need to go into it this time. So, but I was always working with him. Well, there was no escaping, if it were, as it were, to work for him. So in 1990, I had come over to New York to help look at some of that. He was having some advertising issues with the New York Daily News. And in fact, I may have met Donald Trump at that time because my father was friendly with him and liked him very much. And I think it should be said that he also very much liked Ivana because she was also from Czechoslovakia, where my dad was from. So I don't remember if I did meet him or not in 1990 with my dad, but I knew that that's how I knew about then Mr. Trump. And this was before you met? This was before I met Mr. Epstein. Yes. So I was already going backwards and forwards in America, and then in April of 1991, I came to New York. I can't remember for what reason, what business reason, but there was a business reason, something to do with my dad at that time. And a girlfriend of mine, an American, told me, I'd broken up with I've been engaged, getting with a very long-term boyfriend, and we've broken up. And she said, well, I got, as your girlfriends do, I got a guy for you to meet. And I was like, who is it? And she goes, he's been dating my sister, you'll love him, he's looking for a wife. I'm edging towards 30, I don't need to tell you guys, that's a very important moment for a girl, just to think about important things. Sure, I'd be happy to meet him. And so sometime in 1991, we're in 1991, I met him at his offices on Madison Avenue. And I think the most memorable thing I can think about that is he was wearing a tie, which he didn't often do, and it had a giant smudge of ketchup stain on it. So I was like, wow, okay. And that was how we met. Was your meeting at his office for you to meet him just personally, or were you there for work-related reasons? No, I knew nothing about him. Okay. He just invited me to come and have tea. And I was like, tea, that's English, okay. But what was unusual was in his offices. So I went to his offices and we met. And I found him very engaging, and that was that.
Mr. President, with the benefit of hindsight, were there things you witnessed that could have suggested that Epstein was trafficking and sexually abusing young women and girls?
I do not believe so.
I was looking for real estate for my dad to buy some, and Epstein told me that he was also looking to move from his apartment, and would I help him? And I said, sure, I'm looking already so I could look for him. So that's how it started. And then in 1991, my father passed away, and I returned to New York after that, originally to come back and help with the family businesses, which was Macmillan. And then the debacle of my father's passing hit the family, and we lost all our businesses, and my family thought that it would be best if I stayed in America because of the intensity of the press and the drama surrounding my father's death in England, so I stayed, and Epstein said, well, you can keep helping me, you can help me find that house, and you can decorate the house, and it gave me something to do.
You in a romantic relationship with her at this point, or just
No,
friends?
Just friends.
After Robert passed away, Jeff brought her over to the United States, and she allegedly began assisting him in recruiting several underage girls to abuse on his jet and island. Many staff members confirmed that she played a central role in his public and private life, describing her as his main girlfriend, in charge of hiring, supervising, and firing any of the staff.
Did you ever introduce Epstein to Monica Lewinsky or any other young female White House staffers?
I did not.
Did Epstein ever request introductions to young female intern staffers of you? Did he request you to introduce them?
As if Epstein's rise to power wasn't already great enough, in July 1991, Wexner gave Epstein full control of his affairs, now granting him access to hire anybody he wanted, sign their checks, buy and sell properties, borrow money, and pretty much do anything legally binding on Wexner's behalf.
So in 1992, I slept with him one time. And I was like, whoa, that's it, we're going to be dating. Because that's how I thought. And I kind of thought of myself in that moment, like, because I felt if you slept with someone that you were then dating them. Yeah. That's the world I came from. But that really was, well, that's how I thought. But we didn't sleep together again for, I don't know, really a significant period of time. And when I say
years or?
I don't know if it was a year. That feels long, but maybe 9 months. I mean, a long time.
Okay.
The earliest known link that we're aware of between yourself and Mr. Epstein is that he made a pair of campaign contributions to you in 1992. There was a $1,000 contribution to your presidential election committee in January 1992, and another $1,000 in June to the Clinton Gore General Election Compliance Fund. I imagine a lot of folks donated $1,000 to your campaign. Do you have any specific recollection or knowledge of those particular contributions?
No, I think this is the first time I've ever known them.
I had found a house for him to rent in New York. Because he had asked me, I'd been looking one for my father, and I found one, which was a former Iranian embassy, I think it was. I think it belonged to the Iranians or the Iraqis. And I didn't know that he had any money, really, and it was like, I want to say it was $12,000 a month, which to me seemed like a fortune. And I said to myself, I found this house, but I don't think you can afford it. It's ridiculous. Of course I can afford me renting it. And that house came with, it was a State Department house, because I think it was under sequestration or whatever it was. And I put it back together, but there were certain rules you couldn't paint because it had to go back when you gave it back to the country. So he had this house, and I had moved into a 10-foot by 10-foot apartment because all of our stuff had been either lost or frozen or whatever. So he became, in this moment of my life, really, because I was like, everything was, it felt very similar to this moment, if that makes sense. Anyway, so, but I had no key to his house. I had no free access to his house. And in the entire time that he lived there, which was, I believe, until the beginning of 1996, I never slept a single night.
During this time, things with Eva Anderson-Dubin crumbled, and the pair went their separate ways after 11 years together, before he briefly dated model Stacy Williams.
I never was with him regularly. That is one of those misnomers. I mean, at the beginning, I did see more of him, but I worked in his office. So I would go to the office and I would see him. And I would count in my head when I would see him, I would count that that'd be a day that I would see him. But I never ever stayed with him. I believe, certainly until 93 or 94, what I didn't know was that I think he was still with his actual girlfriend, who was Eva Anderson, who became Eva Dubin. They had been together, my understanding, I think about 10 years. I'm not sure, but that's what I think, 10 years. And I had understood from my girlfriend initially that they weren't together, and Epstein himself had told me that they were not together, but I don't think that was true. I know it's not true. So they were still together up until, I think, 94, when at some point in that period of time, Eva met Glenn Dubin and they got married. I think in 94, I don't remember when they got married. But her, she was his best friend and his everything. He told me that he always wished that he had married her and had a child with her. And I know that she was family to him for his whole life. I had an office where I would be that was not part of the house. If I saw people, and I'm not saying I didn't see people come to give him a massage, that wouldn't be true either, but if I saw someone, let's say, I don't remember ever seeing anybody that I would characterize as a child, no. Specifically, someone who accused me of seeing her at the time when she came, if I did see her, and I don't believe I did see her or meet her at all, but if she did, she was, as she's described herself now, was very mature and looked in her 20s. So could somebody have come that was more mature looking than the allegation of what she did look like with a photograph that was produced as evidence? Yes.
Do you recall seeing anything or anyone in his home that was suspicious or reflected abnormally young women or girls?
No, the only people I saw there that night were staff. And him if he was there, I just don't remember.
Do you recall seeing any images of young girls or women at Epstein's home?
No.
Ghislaine Maxwell coming out saying, I'm a victim. Like, you're not a victim, honey. You know, like, you are the madam who facilitated and created the sex trafficking ring. And no one really talks about how dependent he was on this woman who fed a sexual addiction so that she could profit off of it, benefit off of it, and he was feeding her lifestyle. Ghislaine was actually an employee of Jeffrey Epstein's company. Most people don't realize that she was an employee of the J. Epstein and Company Corporation. And so was her assistant. Like, they were all employed by him. So she was technically an employee, which makes the crime even worse. She got paid to do it. She was on the payroll.
I was hoping that as a human being, she would have felt something. She would have at least acknowledged or looked or, but there was none of that. And that doesn't matter for me. The thing for me, the memory I'll take away from today that I will never forget until the rest of my, for the rest of my life, was hearing Ghislaine walk into court with the chains. And that was a very somber but liberating moment for me, because there's no more games. I just heard the clinking, clink, clink, clink of chains.
Virginia Giuffre would later claim that Epstein and Maxwell even wanted to use her as a surrogate mother for their baby.
She did tell me, and I remember this very vividly, that Jeffrey and Ghislaine asked her to have a baby for them. She didn't say have a baby with him, she said for them.
Her stories have changed so many times about what happens, when it happens, how it happens, with different versions. And each time she speaks, there's a different version.
I believe he came to the office once in Harlem. I was still housed up there then. And I think he paid a brief visit to the office. And I paid a brief visit to his house. When I once thought he was there, but now that I think about it, I don't think he was. And that was it. I mean, that's what I remember.
And you mentioned you visited Mr. Epstein's house, are you referring to his New York townhouse?
Yes.
According to Maxwell, the island itself and the private jet were all wired for video, while the duo would tell friends that they were only filming everyone as part of an insurance policy.
You were elected in November of 1992 and inaugurated in January of 1993. Mr. Epstein visited the White House a number of times while you were in office. Our understanding is that Mr. Epstein visited the White House 17 times between 1993 and 1995. I am not going to walk you through each of those visits. I'm just going to break them into categories. I think first, with respect to the only Epstein visit where it is publicly known that you either met Mr. Epstein or had some interaction, was the White House Historical Association reception that you mentioned earlier. I know there's a photograph that you mentioned of yourself and Mr. Epstein meeting. Am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at that event?
I don't.
Mr. President, do you recognize yourself in this photo?
I do.
And it appears that the man on the right of the photo is Jeffrey Epstein, is that correct?
I think so.
Have you seen this photograph before today?
Only in this picture.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me, looks like he's talking to me.
This is one of the friendly interactions that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking if he recalls the...
I do not. I have no idea. I see Richard Branson in the back and other people.
That's fine.
But I don't remember anything about it.
However, things weren't always positive for the millionaire. In 1993, the Towers Financial Corporation was exposed as being one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in American history, losing around $450 million of the investors' money. And it was confirmed that Epstein was still involved despite leaving the company years earlier. Regardless, he was never charged for fraud, never committed, and it's unclear if he was able to obtain any of the stolen funds. Towers Financial Corporation ceased to exist not long after this.
It's been publicly reported that in March of 1995, there was a fundraiser in Palm Beach that you attended and that Mr. Epstein also attended. Other guests reportedly included Jimmy Buffett and investor Ron Perlman, who may have hosted the event at his home. Do you have any specific recollection of that event?
I remember going there in 1995. I have now seen the picture with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Buffett. I recognize Jimmy Buffett. He was a longtime friend of mine. He performed for me twice in my second term as president. And we were friends for the rest of his life. But that's it. I don't know if he knew Mr. Epstein. I had no idea what that picture was. I didn't remember it.
And so is it right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein?
No, I don't.
At that fundraiser, just for the transfer.
Yeah.
So you can see here that on April 27th, 1995, Lynn Forrester, now Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, sounds like served on a few committees or boards under your administration, wrote you a note. I'll just read part of that note out loud. Dear Mr. President, it was a pleasure to see you recently at Senator Kennedy's house. There was too much to discuss and too little time. Using my 15 seconds of access to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization, I neglected to talk to you about a topic near and dear to my heart, namely affirmative action and the future. And that's the end of the relevant portion. I just wanted to ask whether you have any specific recollection of this note or of your conversation with Ms. Forrester.
I don't.
As far as you can remember, at this point in the middle of 1995, how would you have characterized your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
It would be virtually non-existent.
By 95, he was now the director of the Wexner Foundation, the Wexner Heritage Foundation, and Wexner's property. He was bringing in millions, and by the following year, he changed the name of his own firm to the Financial Trust Company. In an attempt to avoid further tax, he based the company on his own island, which reduced the federal income by 90% since the United States Virgin Islands worked as an offshore tax haven. And this is when the allegations began. Jeff was representing himself now as a global talent scout for Victoria's Secret, and therefore he was able to meet and interview several young women and subsequently manipulate them.
I was studying psychology at the University of Cape Town. And then I started doing modeling on the side because, my family didn't have a lot of money and it was difficult for me getting to university. I didn't have petrol money. So I had to do like some sort of job, obviously, like most people do. So I was doing modeling and because I got scouted for modeling. I actually got scouted, first of all, when I was 14 by Elite Model Management. My mother would not let me travel. So these bastards, they go for girls when they're even younger. But what happened is when I was 20, I was doing modeling and basically, I went out with a friend of mine to a restaurant, like bar, where they had like free drinks for models, because young girls will always go with these like free drinks and free food or whatever, when you're poor. And then what happened is when I was at that place, a girl approached me and she told me that she worked. Well, she didn't say she worked with him. She said that her friend Jeffrey Epstein, who's like the King of America, was here with his best friend Bill Clinton, and he worked with Leslie Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secret, and they could really help with my modeling career. She also said that Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker were here with him. So of course it sounded like I almost didn't believe it because I'm coming from Africa, I just turned 20 and I'd never met any celebrities in my life. So I was like obviously very interested to meet them because it sounded like my dreams were all coming true.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse or assault young women or girls?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein receive massages from young women or girls?
Not that I recall.
Did Mr. Epstein ever discuss sexual acts of any kind with you?
No.
I was only 17. I was the perfect victim. I was on my own and I needed help. Jeffrey Epstein preyed upon me. He put me in a vulnerable and dependent situation and took advantage of me. I was only 17 years old. I was a little girl. It took me a long time to break free from his mind control and abuse. It wasn't a clean break either. I still have flashbacks. It still hurts. And like I said, I am still scared. I am healing from this every day.
When I met Jeffrey, I thought he would make it all go away. And I met Jeffrey when I was 16. I had just turned 16 years old. I was recruited at the Canopy, which was a beach resort on Singer Island, by a classmate. She was the same age as me, and she recruited me and gave me his number. And within that week, I picked her up. I picked up Tony Figueroa, who was an adult male, and all three of us drove together to Jeffrey's mansion, and they told me it would just be a massage, an easy $200. And that's not what took place upstairs.
She was like, well, if you guys want to go, you guys can make $200 giving this creepy old guy a massage. And my friend at the time was like, do you want to go? And I was like, do I want to go? I was like, yeah, I went from a point where I would steal lunch money out of friends' backpacks and gym class to have lunch. So being offered $200 to give a massage, and that's what it was told to me, didn't sound like that bad of an idea, Like, how else am I gonna make that kind of money and being that age and not being able to work? And the girl was so excited when we said yes. And it's broad daylight, middle of the afternoon. And she just starts getting us ready and she's making it seem very fun. She's let me wear her clothes, which I don't have those clothes from the mall. I wore clothes from Walmart. So it felt fun. And she was taking an interest in me. She was telling me I was pretty. She was, almost like hyping you up, like we're going, but it was for a massage. But I didn't understand why she was being so nice. Now I do, but then, and after about 30 minutes of getting ready, she's like, all right, the cab's here. And I was like, we get into a cab, the three of us, and we leave off of Okeechobee and Drexel, the trailer park, and you go straight down Okeechobee Boulevard to go to Palm Beach Island. And we get to the bridge, and we're going over the bridge, and I just remember being really shocked seeing it. It was like all this money that I knew was out there, but had never actually saw it. And we're just miles away from it and never knew that. You know, my mom wasn't taking me over there she had no point to go on Palm Beach Island. And so we're going over the bridge, and I was just like blown away. I was like, holy crap. Like, this is, like, I was thinking in my head, I was like, this is where the famous people live. Like, they really do. And we drive over the bridge to dead ends, the road, and then we made a right, and a couple streets down, and then we turn right again, and we go down this road, and it dead ends again, but his house, there's the house. And she's like, oh, we're here. And I was like, holy shit. Like, when we pulled up to his house, I was like, she wasn't kidding. Like, he is a rich old guy. Like, and I hadn't even met him yet. So I was like, okay, trying to like tell myself I was gonna be okay. You know, you're like, all right, I'm with the girls, nothing bad's gonna happen, this and that. And she had warned us that like we would each go up and massage him for like 30 minutes by ourselves. Like, that's just how he liked it. And that he may ask us to take our shirt off, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to. And I was like, and she tells us that part in the cab, right? When we're already on the way. And I'm like, okay, all right. Well, she says you don't have to do anything that you don't want to, blah, blah, blah. So we get there, we enter in through the kitchen. There's house workers working, maintenance guys out front. There's a cook lady inside, I'm assuming, maybe a secretary. I don't really freaking know what her job was to do there, but she offered us drinks and stuff. And the girl brings my friend up first. She goes, I'm gonna bring her up first. And I was like, okay. And I'm just sitting at the kitchen waiting, and she takes her up there, and she comes back down, and she's chatting with me when she comes back down. But my friend comes back downstairs like within 5 minutes. She wasn't up there like, as long as it took her to bring her back up, she was right back down. And I was like, well, that's not what she said would happen. And I'm like trying to make eye contact with her to like be like, everything, like, what the hell happened? And she's like acting like nothing's wrong. And the other girl's like, all right, it's your turn. And she brings, so there's like no time for us to have a discussion on, hey, what just happened up there to you, before I go up. And the girl brings me up there, and she brings me into the room. The massage table's set up, and I thought it was weird that he wasn't already in the room since my friend was just up there. And we get into the room, and she's like, he'll be in a minute. And she's like, go ahead, take your shirt off, and pretty much tells me to get naked. And I'm like standing there, and I'm like, she's like, you can leave your underwear on, like, just very quick. And then she like leaves, and I'm like standing there, and I'm like, don't know what to do. Do I take my shirt off? Do I not take my shirt? Like, you know, you're conflicting, but then you're also like, I don't want to make this girl mad. She's telling me like all of that. So you do as you're told,
and
right?
You're how old?
I was 14 at the time. Yeah. And so I'm just standing there waiting for him, and he walks in a towel, and he lays face down, tells me to grab the massage oil, and he directed me the whole time on what to do.
Did he make any small talk with you or anything like that?
No, it was very much demands and weird stuff, not like talking, not asking questions. And he lets me rub it. He sets a timer, like a little egg timer next to the massage table. And I was like, for me, that was like, and I knew how long I had to stay, right? So I knew like, just get through this and you're gonna be done. It's only 30 minutes. Like you're constantly telling yourself that. And in the beginning it was just a massage. But a couple minutes in, he just flips over, and it's like a crazy clown face is the best way that I could explain it. He went from like this normal man that had walked into the room to when he flipped over, there was like excitement in his face. Like he knew what was about to happen and I had no clue. And he just takes his towel off. He pretty much tells me to take all my clothes off and does horrific things for me at that time because I hadn't even like kissed a boy at that point, you know, not groped or touched or any of that. And now I have this old man freaking taking control of him over me, and I couldn't say anything, or I didn't know how to say anything. And where was I gonna go? I was in the room by myself, and is my friend gonna be mad at me if I get upset? Like, there's so many things in that moment at 14 that I just couldn't even process all of it, you know? So you just keep looking at the clock and try not to make eye contact and do what you're told to do and just get through this, right? And I'm dying inside. The whole time I'm just dying inside and I just want to go home. I was so mad at my friend. I was so mad at the other friend for bringing us here and making so light of it. And I was like, she knew this was going to happen. There was no way she didn't know that this wasn't going to happen because she knew. This wasn't her first time bringing people there.
How far did things go with him?
He sexually assaulted me. Like, he touched me inappropriately and put his hands and stuff in places that he shouldn't have. And I mean, that was pretty gnarly for me at that time. I feel bad when I say that like it hurt me so bad because I know that like people, you know, get raped and I went there on my free will. So like you hold that guilt of like, you kind of set yourself up for that. But I really didn't think it was gonna be that.
It came to a point when I was, I'd say 16 and a half or 17. He didn't want me anymore. He was just like, you're too old.
He said that?
He's like, you're too old. I don't want you anymore.
I never recall at any time seeing what I would characterize as a child coming to give him a massage and going upstairs. Did I see people come? I absolutely did. I just didn't see children. I didn't see anybody I would think of as a child. And if I had seen a child, I'm not sure what I would have done.
I left during my senior year in high school. I didn't want to be in a suburban high school anymore. It's not like I hated my classmates. It just wasn't an environment that I fit in. So I ended up finishing my senior year at a community college. And then when the time came for me to apply to go to college as a senior in high school, my mother told me, no, I'm not sending you to art school. And then I watched all my friends, you know, from LaGuardia High School get into the top art schools, and it really hurt seeing this. But I counteracted the lack of having that proper education by immersing myself in the New York City art scene. And I did meet very influential people early on from the time I was 17, 18 years old. And when I met Jeffrey Epstein, it was around that time.
So I started working for them and I started to do magazines and like, catalogs and stuff. And then they said to me like, yeah, we have a really important model agent we want you to meet. And his name was Jean-Luc Brunell. And he came over to Brussels like every month or every 2 months to scout for new faces. And I met him. And he was this small French guy, really charming, really speaking with this thick French accent. But right away he was like, you're gonna be a top model. I see this great future for you in Paris. You have to come to Paris right away. I'm gonna make sure, you know, like, you're gonna have a great career. And my agent in Belgium, that was a woman, she said to me like, oh, this is a really important opportunity. You have to go, and you can also stay in his apartment. And I said to her like, hey, but isn't that strange? Stay in his apartment? And she said, no, there are also other models staying there, and it's only for the girls that are special. And he's gonna make sure nothing bad happens to you. And I remember that sentence, you know, because she said he's gonna make sure nothing bad happens to you. And so I went to Paris. I was barely 18. I just turned 18 with my backpack and my portfolio. And he lived in this really beautiful apartment around the corner of Arc de Triomphe. So that's in the center of Paris. He had personnel, and there were other girls staying there. And I knew a few of them because they were famous. I knew them from magazine covers and from House of Style of MTV. So I thought, okay, if they are here, then probably it's gonna be safe. And the first night, when I just arrived, there was this party going on, and Brunell introduced me to all these people from the fashion industry, from the modeling industry, to other models and photographers, and he was saying, yeah, this is Tisha, she's gonna be a top model, she has a great future ahead of her. And of course I was feeling flattered, but there was also a kind of alarm bell in my head, in the back of my head, because when I asked him like, where can I put my stuff? Where can I sleep? He was saying like, but you're gonna sleep in my bed. And I said to him, no way, I'm not gonna sleep in your bed. But he didn't respond, so I was there at this party in his house. And I was like, okay, what am I gonna do? You know, I'm not gonna sleep with him. Hell no. But do I have to take the train back to Brussels, to Holland maybe?
He used like the P word, like for the female genitalia. And like he used that word for 2 years. Like he talked about it like it was a cup of coffee. That's how he referred to females. Like we were not a person. It was like, you have that, you are that, like, you know, and you could see it in the Epstein files and the emails, like, you know, he constantly emailed girls. Like they're asking him like, hey, when can I see you? I want to ask you about what blah, blah, blah project I'm working on. And he'll reply with one sentence, send me a nude pic. You know, send me a picture of your private part. Like this is just how he viewed females.
When he has somebody new in his life, he likes to see them a lot. So I went there a whole bunch of times, and, you know, it led to, unfortunately, he forced me to have sex with him, basically.
Well, they were all sitting around a table having dinner, and there were like some South African government officials sitting with them. And they all stood up during dinner and stood up to shake my hand. So, I mean, for me, I was like more interested in seeing like Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey. I didn't know who this man Jeffrey Epstein was. It just sounded like he worked with them and he helped with modeling. So I was, but you know, I was more like starstruck meeting Clinton and Spacey.
There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women, and I never.
I was so overwhelmed. I was completely starstruck because, like I said, I'd never seen a celebrity in my life, and it just seemed like so legitimate, you know, that these people were all together. And the girl told me that they were scouting models, and it just seemed like the most legitimate opportunity of my life. And I still wonder how I was dumb enough to get on the airplane and go off there. But the thing is, I've realized, you know, these guys are con men. They're the greatest con men of all. They be able to catch someone who's 40, someone who's 70. So, you know, a 20-year-old's an easy fish to catch, right?
She's been described on being on a 2002 Africa trip and providing massages. Was she or any other young female on that trip underage at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Called my boyfriend at the time and I was like sobbing and hysterical. The guy assaulted me. I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to get out. There was a staircase and then there was like a main parlor room. Like they kept trying to invite me to dinners and invite me to things, and at that point I wasn't really returning their calls. And they had turned from my cell phone and my home phone to my work phone.
I think with Jeffrey Epstein, it starts somewhere, but then it ends with either you having sex with him, whether you like it or not.
I was brought upstairs and Jeffrey came out in a white bath towel and he wasn't wearing anything else, just the white bath towel, and there was a massage table set up. And it was like a room within a room. So it was the master bedroom, and then you would walk into the bathroom, but it wasn't just a bathroom, it was a steam room, a sauna, a shower. It was like a room within a room. And when Jeffrey came out in his towel, it started off pretty innocent. You know, I had my clothes on. He was laying on his stomach with the towel on, so I was just rubbing his back. And he flipped over and it became something completely different. And he grabbed me on the backside so firmly that it like pushed me into the table to get closer to him. And at this point, he had asked me to take off my and my, so I was just in my, and that's when he started to touch me in places, and he brought out sex toys, and I was completely uncomfortable with that. And the look on his face of disappointment, it was like being bullied or being berated because you didn't want to do the drugs.
He finishes, does his thing, he finishes, and as soon as he does, he gets up, grabs his towel, and he just walks out. And I'm just standing.
And when you say finish, you mean?
Yeah, finished. He finished. he made sure he took care of himself.
Yeah.
And I'm just standing there. I just hurry up, get my clothes back on, and I'm like, I just wanted to get the hell out of there. And, you know, so I go back downstairs, and my friend and her friend are fucking hanging out by the pool while I was freaking getting abused. And I was so, that sparked more anger in me. I'm like, and they're out there like laughing, having a good time. And then I was like, my friend wasn't up there for that long. I was like, what happened? You know, so I'm so confused at so many aspects of what had just happened to me. And I go out there, I'm like, look at her, and the one girl's like, all right, it's time to go. Like, we did not stay and hang out or whatever, and the cab was already waiting for us outside. I was so confused, didn't understand. We get into the cab, and as soon as we get into the cab, I fucking just lose it. I'm crying. I can't, like, I'm hyperventilating. My friend's asking me what happened. She's like, what's wrong? But the girl that brought us there looked over at me and she goes, shut the fuck up, you just made $200, and threw money at me. And I just remember, like, you have to get get yourself together. She's mad. And I don't want her mad at me.
I think if he had been creepy, like as you would define and you would expect someone who was living that lifestyle to be creepy, I don't think the women would have been there. I don't think that they thought of him as creepy. And if they did, I never saw them behave like he was being weird. Was it a lot? Yes, it was, for sure. I found it overwhelming, and I couldn't understand why it was interesting, because to me, it's not interesting. But he, as he defined it, he found it invigorating. He liked being with younger people. And now I'm not just younger people, I'm just saying because they gave him ideas and they were up to date on music and
yeah, but that's different. Like a masseuse coming every day.
I'm just telling you what he was saying to me. I mean, to me, I just found it a drag and difficult and annoying.
I just turned 21 I was very broken when I met him. I had just come out of a long-term relationship. It was my first real boyfriend. He was also older, but not as old as Jeffrey. He was 10 years older than me, and I was completely broken. This guy just broke up with me over the phone. There was another woman involved that I didn't know about, and I didn't believe him. And I was also still getting over the death of my best friend. My cousin died. Like, you know, all these things happened very shortly before I met Jeffrey. And I met him through my friend Lisa Phillips. You know, it was really hard for me to just even like function at the time. I wasn't eating, I was barely sleeping. I was really depressed, and I needed something to distract me, and I became the perfect prey for Jeffrey Epstein to take advantage of me. And whatever he did to me, I didn't say no, and I didn't even know that was abuse. I didn't even realize it was happening. I was okay with it as long as I wasn't thinking about the ex-boyfriend and my best friend and my cousin and my parents not supporting me. And then here came this rich guy who offered his patronage in art, and I thought that was great. But in exchange for that, now I realize that he preyed on me. He used my passion, my talent to exploit me.
Right after I showed him my portfolio, he took me into the Red Room. You know, that's when the abuse started. And at that time, I was only 21 years old. I didn't realize that was abuse.
I remember there was this one girl who was also staying there in this really small room, and there was a one-person bed. And she said to me, you can put like cushions on the floor and make it into a bed and you can sleep there. So I slept on the floor, really glamorous. And so that first night also, there's also another memory that has been with me, is that there was this group of old rich businessmen, and there were American, French, and from Saudi Arabia. And they were together with this group of really young girls, and those girls were from Eastern European countries. They were all scouted by Brunell, and I didn't ask their age, but I was 18 and they were younger, so they were minors. And they barely spoke English, and all recruited by Brunell. And so I started to talk to one of them. It was a Russian girl, and she was accompanied by this man, and he introduced himself as Jeff, and later Brunell said Jeffrey. And he was with this young girl, and he was like putting her on his lap. So it felt strange, you know. I just arrived there, but it felt so that there was something off. But he was like caressing her back, and you know, I didn't have the feeling that she really enjoyed being there. And then I started to talk to him, and he said like, you understand that it's important that a man that like Brunell, you know, who's a really famous model agent, that he sees like a future for you. That's really important, and you have to use that to your advantage. And I remember I was like, what the hell? What do you mean by that? But he was like making it a bit like it was a joke. And
when I was taken in, I didn't even sit with him at the table. Like, they just stood up and shook my hand. And then we stayed there for like 5-10 minutes, and then we left. So then what happened is the girl who approached me and scouted me for him, or recruited me, this girl phoned me after that, and she said that, oh, Epstein really liked me and wanted to see my modeling portfolio. He thought I would be great for Victoria's Secret. So the next day I was invited to a modeling casting at the hotel where they were staying, in the Cape Grace Hotel. So, but what Naja said is that they're actually doing a speech at the Western Cape Peninsula University, and would I like to come and watch the speech first before the casting? So of course I said, of course, I wanted to go. So I went to the hotel. I probably arrived there at like 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning. And they had these like mini buses outside, and the one bus, Epstein and Clinton and Kevin Spacey, they all got in. And then I was told to get in the bus behind. And then the whole highway was closed off in Cape Town. I've never seen anything like it. Like every ramp where you came to, there would be like police waiting, like on bikes and stuff. Like everything was like so shut down. I've never seen anything like that in my life. And then he gave his speech at the lower income university. And while he was doing it, Kevin Spacey had a handheld device, and he went like this and filmed everyone in the hall. Because he was sitting in front of me. You see, I was sitting behind him, and it wasn't like the kind of place you'd imagine the ex-president of America to do a speech. It was a very basic lower-income university, but they were filming all the students in the hall.
At any time while you were traveling on any aircraft, owned, leased, or otherwise affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, did you engage in sexual relations or sexual activities with anyone other than your wife?
No.
During any such flight, did you witness or have knowledge of any other individual engaging in sexual activities with any female passengers?
No.
Dr. Bledsoe does describe multiple millionaires and billionaires on the plane. Do you remember any of the names of those individuals, potentially even the actor Kevin Spacey?
Yeah, Kevin was on the plane.
And in that hour, I was abused for that entire hour. And then he forced me to do things to him as he and finished himself. And in that room, he looked at me and said, well, you're gonna come back when I call you, or you're gonna bring a friend. And he gave me that ultimatum. And that's what it was. And as a 16-year-old, you can imagine how terrifying that must be for anybody after already going through a horrific sexual assault. I made a decision out of survival, and I stand by that choice. Do I regret it? Yes. Do I wish that I could have been an adult in that moment? Do I wish that I could have had somebody guide me? Do I wish that somebody would have came in and ran and opened that door and grabbed me? Absolutely. But all I had was me. I had to make a decision.
So we go back to her house, and I pull my friend to the side in the bathroom, and I ask her what happened, like why she wasn't up there. And she tells me, she goes, he didn't like me because I was too developed. So she didn't know what had happened. And when she said that to me, I didn't want to tell her what happened to me because I was embarrassed of what had happened. Like, she went through nothing and got paid to go for nothing. And then I felt like that it was all put on me. Like, I got the damage, but you guys all made the money. And come to find out, the girl that brought us there also got paid for doing nothing, for bringing us there. So there was this like whole, after finding all of that out, you know, you just don't want to talk about it. And everyone's making so light of it, like it wasn't that big of a deal. And I just went through the most horrific thing and couldn't even confide to my friend about it. Couldn't tell my mom.
You know, in hindsight, looking back today, I realized that he was very attracted to me because he wanted to corrupt me. And that was part of the high for Jeffrey Epstein, was to corrupt those who believed in the good, because he was that evil. His whole thing was to convert the faithful and to corrupt them. And as I'm learning more through reading stories, I realized the girls he victimized the most were the ones who were like me, who were very faithful, who were churchgoers, who went to Catholic school, who loved God. And, you know, those who love God have a innocence about them. They have a purity about them. There's a lot of joy, and that's something that he just did not have. And he was this emotional and spiritual vampire, and I think he stole our energy, like in a spiritual sense.
I stayed there only for a week, and it was strange because during the days, it was pretty okay. You know, he was professional. He was acting like a professional model agent. He organized that I would go on test shoots and castings, and but during the evenings he changed, and every night it was like he was making jokes like I'm gonna fuck you, and saying those kind of things, and that was under the influence of drinking and doing cocaine, because he did that a lot. And so every night I was like, okay, shit, as long as I stay in the surrounding of other people, if I don't stay alone with him, then maybe I can manage it.
What happened after this is that we went back to the Cape Grace where they were staying in the minibuses, and then I went to my car. I had a City Golf, you know, like a very basic small car. I went to get my modeling portfolio out of my car so I could go in for the casting. So then I went back into the hotel, and they'd already gone in. Like, I was on my own. I went to get my, you know, after we come back from the speech. And then I walked up, and then what happened is there were 3 girls sitting along a long table. They were all posing as modeling agents. They pretended that they worked for Karen Modeling Agency. And they went through my modeling book, and then they said, and while they were doing the casting, Bill Clinton walked through. Like, say I'm sitting here, he walked through behind me, and he's like, hi, everyone. And then he went into an adjoining suite. So it looked like they were sharing the executive suite, the president's suite of the hotel. What happened then is, after these girls looked at my modeling book, they said, right, you can go through and see Epstein now. So I went through, and I sat opposite Epstein, and he looked through my modeling book, and he said, right, I think you'd be perfect for Victoria's Secret. And then, you know, what happened is after I left there, his office started phoning and arranging me my visa and to get me there. They had me there within 3 weeks, basically.
What is your recollection of how this trip to Africa came about?
Well, this is where most of our work was going to be done. And the countries we were going to represent places where we had operations. Like Mozambique, for example, had a big AIDS problem, and we were trying to help. And there was, so that's what I know. We, in South Africa, we spent quite a bit of time because I wanted to go see Mandela. He was still in good shape then. And we did things together. And then Charlene Hunter-Galt, who was one of the black women that integrated the University of Georgia and became then a very well-known international television commentator for PBS, and her husband Ron had moved down to South Africa, and they were longtime friends of mine. We had celebrated the 150th birthday of Arkansas together in Little Rock. We were longtime friends, and so we went to visit them, and she threw a big cookout for us, and it was a funny time. Chris Tucker and Kevin Spacey imitated me.
I wanted to get out. And I was in his orbit for 2 years after that. And it was horrifying. When I turned 18, after being abused by Jeffrey for 2 years, I decided that it was time that I move. Because legally at 18, you can move. You have that option. So when I turned 18 years old, I decided to move to Orlando, Florida. So shortly after Jeffrey, I moved. And I tried to start a new life. And I tried to start a new chapter.
How often were you seeing Jeffrey?
I think I went to his house maybe between 24 and 35 times through those 2 years. So maybe once a month. You know what I mean? It wasn't, maybe once or twice a month. I wasn't as frequent as most people think I was. And I brought, I think, 8 to 10 girls. But I went to his house more than once with those girls. So I was a recurring customer, I guess, or a victim, I guess you could say. But the girls had come with me more than once. And when you did something horrific, or if you brought someone to Jeffrey that he didn't like, you would know about it because he would scold you for it. And then he would say to you, I told you the younger the better. Do not bring me this girl anymore. Don't ever bring her back to my house. I had him say that to me 3 times. He reprimanded me. And I didn't like the way it made me feel. I didn't like being in his presence. I just wanted out of West Palm. So I moved. And I moved to Orlando, Florida. I was an exotic dancer for quite some time, couple years. I fell in love. I was 19 and I met somebody, and it was the first time in my life that a man didn't force me to have sex. It was the first time a man didn't expect me to have sex. It was literally a man who wanted nothing from me but just to be in my presence. And he was murdered in 2006. And
I was a child. I was in 9th grade. I was hopeful for life and what the future had held for me. He stole a lot from me at 14.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative. Are you kidding?
No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
No, that's the question.
I'd like to answer that question as well. I'll get all your other questions today. However, I have to follow my attorney's advice. They have told me that I must invoke my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right to not answer those questions today, or any questions relevant to this lawsuit.
I did tell her, and that was tough. But she's so little and so naive. She's like, she's like, Mom, you're such a badass.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, I really believed it all. I was stupid. But then again, maybe I wasn't stupid. Like a lot of people say, they would have been conned by people like that. And he was with Bill Clinton, it just seemed so legitimate. It seemed like the most legitimate opportunity of my whole life.
Can you list for me all the girls that you have met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's house that were under the age of 18?
Check the form and foundation.
I could only recall my family members that were there, and I could not make a list of anyone else because that list that never happened. But I can take off.
I'm talking about during the time that you were working for Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Can you list all the girls that you found for Jeffrey Epstein that were under the age of 18 to come work for him in any capacity?
Check the form and foundation.
So I didn't find girls. I didn't look for them.
You choose the word.
Well, no, you don't choose the word. If you have a question, ask it.
List all of the girls that you met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's home for the purposes of employment that were under the age of 18.
Check the form and foundation.
I've already characterized what my job was, which was to find people, adults, professional people, to do the types of jobs that I listed before. Pool person, secretary, house person, chef, pilot,
But I was asking about individuals under the age of 18, not adult persons, individuals under the age of 18.
I only looked for people or tried to find people to fill professional jobs in professional situations.
Under the age of 18, correct?
I think we've established was 17 and
Is she
a masseuse.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Is she the only individual that you met for purposes of hiring someone for Jeffrey that was under the age of 18?
Particular form and foundation mischaracterizes her testimony.
So I didn't hire people. I met
I didn't
people.
use the word hire. I said
Yes, you
met.
did.
I said met.
So I interviewed people for jobs that were professional people for professional things, and I'm not aware of anyone aside from who clearly was a masseuse aged 17, but that's, at least that's how far we know that I can think of that fulfilled any professional capacity for Jeffrey.
List all the people under the age of 18 that you interacted with at any of Jeffrey's properties.
I'm not aware of anybody that I interacted with. Other than I was 17 at this point.
I was only 14 when I first encountered Jeffrey Epstein, and my daughter is now almost at that age.
It changed my life forever because that same week, everything hit the press with Jeffrey Epstein, and my name was tarnished and dragged through the mud. And so when I say I lost everything, I lost everything.
It consumed me, and I didn't know what to do with it, and I didn't know who to tell, and I didn't know what to say about anything. And so you just stay quiet. And a couple days later, the girl that had brought us there reached out to me and said that Jeffrey wanted me to come back. And I was like, absolutely fucking not. I'm not going fucking back there. Like, I was so upset. And she was pressuring me and pressuring me and pressuring me. And then that's when she told me, well, if you don't want to go, find someone to bring him and he'll pay you for that. And I was like confused. That's how I realized, putting everything to, how it was working. And so I did. I found someone. Because once again, I didn't want this girl to be mad at me, and I didn't even want the creepy old guy to be fucking mad at me. Like, it's like all this, I didn't know how to navigate that situation. So I brought my friend Wendy, and I feel so bad for that because I knew what was gonna happen, and I still brought her there. She didn't deserve that. And I lied to her to get her there, just like they lied to me to get me there. And, through all of this coming back up, I have got to reconnect with Wendy through all of this, and she doesn't hate me, and she doesn't blame me. But that weight hits so hard for me because I know how bad it was for me, and I just led her to him.
What happened is there was a man waiting for me with a name on a board. He was like standing there with my name on a board, and it seemed like so legitimate, this name on the board. I just thought like, oh my God, I'm going to be like a celebrity. It was just like, what the hell's going on? I was so excited. And then the driver was driving me, and I kept looking at all the billboards in New York, and I was like thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to like be able to solve all my family's problems. And anyway, then they dropped me off at 301 East 66th Street, the modeling apartment. And I was in there for about 5 minutes, and then the phone rang, and it was Sarah Kellen, and she said, pack your things, we're going to the Caribbean. I obviously assumed it was for a modeling shoot or something, She said, pack a small bag. So I had to leave my big bag there and then bring a few small things to go to this island. And I didn't have my phone with me. I didn't have any money, because I asked them before, like I told them I don't have any money, and they said, no, don't worry, we will deduct the money from your modeling jobs. They said I don't need money. So I was basically just completely trapped and stuck. And then what happened is the driver came back and he drove me to Teterboro Airport. And then Epstein was sitting on the front of the plane, and he patted the chair like this next to him. And then I went and sat there, and then as soon as the airplane took off, he started touching me in between my legs forcibly. And then I realized these people are going to try to kill me. I immediately knew that if I didn't do what they want, they're going to kill me. I knew it. I felt it.
Dr. Bledsoe described at least one of the girls serving as a masseuse. At any point, did you or other male passengers receive a massage from this young woman or any other young women who are described as a masseuse?
Well, I've seen one picture that shows that in a airport waiting area, one of the women was massaging my neck. That's all I've seen.
Internal FBI records describe the aircraft as having a section with couches adjacent to which a sliding glass door leading to another compartment. There was a bed. Are you familiar with the layout of this aircraft that you traveled on?
I'm familiar with the fact that there was a bench that turned into a bed at the end of the passenger seats.
And no other bed you are familiar with? Did you ever go into any part of the aircraft with a bed that you perhaps lied on or utilized?
I'm familiar with the bench.
Yes.
It turned into the bed.
Yes.
I do not believe I ever went into the back section.
Ultimately, he raped and sexually assaulted her frequently in a variety of places and settings, including by trafficking Tila to his homes in New York, New Mexico, Florida, the Virgin Islands, and France. He treated her like an object for his sexual gratification.
He asked me to have a baby with him right away, actually, but I didn't realize what was going on. I thought he was just telling me stories about the harem, but most of our conversations for 2 years were about marriage, the Sultan, the wives of the Sultan, and the children of the Sultan, and eventually, he just mentioned, if you gave birth to the firstborn son, you would become the first wife, and you should strive for that position. And, at 21 years old, I had no idea what this guy was telling me. I wasn't even interested in having his baby. I did want to eventually become a mother, but I had to love a man that I was married to in a monogamous relationship, and we would have to be married in the Catholic Church. We didn't have the same faith. He wouldn't have been someone that I would have considered to be a lifelong partner, and definitely not in a polygamous marriage system, the way he described it. That's not something that I would have engaged in. So I never entertained the idea, but he did.
It was just that I'd gone there for this modeling opportunity, and suddenly I was being whisked away by these very rich, dangerous, powerful people. I mean, obviously at the time I didn't know how dangerous they were, but I just got a very strong feeling. I realized I'd been lied to, basically, Chris, because the thing is, I thought I was going to New York to stay in a modeling apartment, and I was being sent for castings. And then suddenly when I got taken off on the airplane, he was touching me between my legs. I suddenly realized, oh my God, my family are never going to see me again. I felt so terrible. I don't even want to talk about it. Sorry.
If I look back on it now, I'm like, why didn't you get out of there? Because there were signs that this wouldn't end in a good way. But I was 18 and I thought, this is my chance to become a model. And in Paris was the capital of fashion. And
you were seeing other girls who were successful.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, this is a good opportunity. And I also thought I can handle this, because as an 18-year-old, you think you can manage the world, you know? It's like all about you and you're gonna fix it and do it. And that was also my whole mentality. And so I thought by myself, you know, I'm bigger than he is because he was a small French guy. I'm quite tall. So there was one night when he tried to touch me and I pushed him off, and I thought, you know, you see, I can handle him physically, and so I'm gonna make sure nothing bad happens to me. And then there was one night I did this test shoot and it went really well, and I came home and the photographer he booked me. The photographer of the test shoot, he booked me for a job. And then Brunell was like, no, you know, this is the beginning of your career and you did so well, we have to celebrate. So he went out with his group to a club, Le Bain Douche. It was a famous club in Paris. And when we came back, he gave me a drink. It was a mixed drink. And we had to like say cheers to my future. And so I drank it, and we were in the living room, and I think 20 minutes later I started to feel like I was becoming dizzy and feeling nauseous. I remember that sounds were like from really far distance. So I told Brunell, like, hey, I don't feel well, I have to lie down. And he took me to his bedroom and he said, yeah, you can lie down in my bed, you know, no problem. And I said, no, I don't want to, but I couldn't barely walk anymore. So he put me on the side of his bed. Then he pushed me down, and I remember that in my head I was thinking, I don't want this, you know, this is not good, you know, I have to get out of here. But my body was not working anymore. Until this day, I don't know what he put in my drink, but it was something like Rohypnol or GHB, something like that. The last thing, what I do remember is that he was, I think I was not conscious at one moment, but I regained consciousness, and then he was on top of me, grabbing me everywhere and touching me everywhere. The last thing I remember that he penetrated me, and then I blacked out again. And so, yeah, the first thing I do remember is when I woke up in the morning. And I felt really, I felt like a train rode over me. Like I had my limbs, but they were like really painful. I had bruises on my thighs, and then really slowly I got fragments back from that night, and I realized what happened, you know. But it was not like I realized right away. It took me some before my brain was like functioning. And he was not there. I was lying in his bed. I was naked, but I had a kind of kimono that was his. Because I saw him wearing it. It was over my like draped over my shoulders, and my clothes were on the floor. And and he was not there. But at one moment I heard him on the phone in the living room. It was in 1991, so there were no mobile phones. So I knew that he was in the living room because the phone was there. And the only thing I thought at that moment was, I have to get out of here, because I was so scared and I was so afraid that he would stop me or do something to me again, that I took my stuff. I dressed really quickly, took my stuff, and I really escaped his house, you know. And I was so scared to see him, to be confronted with him, but I didn't. So I got out the house. When I was outside, I started like really like almost run to the metro station. I think I was still under the influence of the drug he gave me. And I remember I took the first train out of Paris back to Brussels, where I was living at that moment.
They left my name on that fucking flight note. Sorry, I'm sorry. They left my name on that flight note, so if I gone missing, no one would have known what had happened to me.
Did this sexual assault by Epstein continue for the rest of the flight? And was there anybody else on the plane?
The girls who posed as modeling agents, and when he started touching me, they just laughed at me. They just laughed.
So they thought this was a big joke, that this was just a playtime for Epstein.
And they thought it was very funny.
I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room and they say, oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling. Science has tried to describe, science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. They have women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything, women are not really that interested in measuring.
We landed in, I don't know if it's St. Thomas or St. Bart's, wherever they land, St. Martin's, and then we took a helicopter from there. I was just like, firstly, I hadn't slept on this flight from South Africa, the 20-hour flight from South Africa. I was so excited, thinking all my dreams are coming true. So I was absolutely exhausted. I'd also never even left South Africa. I'd never ever traveled without my mum. I'd never been anywhere out of the country. So I was just completely freaked out. And when we arrived there, they basically showed me the room I was going to be staying in, the chalet. And then that's when they started calling me to Epstein's room. After that, what happened is then the next day, like another girl was boarded. And then the girl started giving him a blowjob in front of me he was watching a movie, and I got so scared and I ran away. Basically, it was just very, very frightening and horrible. It was a very, very frightening place to be trapped as a young girl.
And you were sexually assaulted by Epstein?
Yeah, many times. I kept getting called to his room. There's a lot of weird stuff with all of that too.
By 16, I was stripping. Not back rooms, not like, that's what people assume all the time, because that's the narrative is like, oh, she was fucking and sucking for money. No, I was dancing and doing dances for people, but at 16. Because I wanted that control, and I wanted to feel good again.
So I would say on the second day, he offered an art scholarship. And it was weird because I got a call from the secretary who told me, Mr. Epstein would like to see you and he has something to offer you. So I went to the house. Someone says someone has something to offer you, you're automatically expecting you're getting an offer for something.
This is his house in Manhattan?
This was the townhouse in Manhattan. And then I went, I was by myself this time, the first time I went with Lisa. And then I went to the townhouse. During the first meeting though, we were escorted into that study, the great room where he kept his computer monitors and his office desk. We engaged in maybe like a 30 to an hour long conversation, and then he led us into the massage room, and then something happened. During the second meeting, the butler just took me straight into the massage room, and I didn't know what to expect, but there was another woman there. And it was a surprise. It was the first time he surprised me. And this set the tone for the other surprises and assaults that took place by strangers, and they were all female. He offered me a scholarship. Well, I knew the girl, that this is like a piece of information or a reason why something probably didn't happen that day. She was friends with my ex-boyfriend, and it was someone that I never liked. She was kind of like the homewrecker type. She was always interfering in my relationship with my ex, the one who had broken up with me, and I was completely heartbroken. And to see her at this townhouse, I was never expecting to see her in a million years. I found out afterwards that she was a certified massage therapist, and she had been working for Jeffrey Epstein for 3 to 4 years, and he sponsored her trips to travel to exotic countries to learn all sorts of massage techniques. And this is what my ex-boyfriend told me, because she called him right away after she saw me in that massage room and told him, like, oh, I saw Rena at Jeffrey Epstein's house. And he called me. He was very nosy. He called to ask me all sorts of questions, like, who's this guy? Like, what were you doing there? And like, I heard he's a billionaire, and he was more interested in the money. And I think, looking back today, like, how awful that is. Like, you know, he wasn't that concerned about my welfare or how I was doing. He just didn't like the fact that I was now hanging around someone that had a lot more money than him, which is a very New York thing to do if you're someone who is hungry to become rich.
We were there for about like 4 or 5 days. Then we went to Palm Beach, because the thing is, they never used to tell anyone before they were like leaving. You know, they never used to like tell us the night before they were going somewhere else. They'd like basically like half an hour before, they'd be like, pack your things, we're going. And then we wouldn't know where we were going, because they obviously didn't want anyone knowing where they were going. And then we went to Palm Beach, and then after that, in Palm Beach, I was taken to his office, and he told me he worked with the CIA. He told me that he had my family's name on a list, and he told me that a girl accused him of rape, and he planted drugs in her apartment and sent her to prison. After that, I was sent to New York, and they made my hair blonde and my teeth white by Frederick Fakai, the hair salon man. And then I was sent back to South Africa, and then they brought me back again. Because by that point, I was so broken. People asked, why did I go back? I didn't want to disobey this man. It was quite clear that he was going to try kill anyone who disobeyed him.
The most painful memory is that I looked in the window of the train, and I was so ashamed. I was so ashamed that happened to me, that he did that to me. And I felt also partly guilty, because I thought, I put myself in that position. At that moment, I thought it was my fault, and that's the whole. But it took me it took me more than 26 years to overcome that shame and overcome that feeling of guilt, because at that moment, I really thought that, I did something really stupid and something really shameful, and that it was partly my fault. And now, of course, I know it's not, and it's something that a lot of victims of survivors of sexual violence, they battle with those feelings of shame and guilt.
I don't even know what they did. I woke up in a lab. There were people working on me. It wasn't like the usual sort of hospital area. It was just, there's something very, very weird that happened. And I don't know what it is. There's a lot of weird stuff that they try to do. I mean, if I knew more, I'd be dead, right? So I guess I'm figuring it out with you. I don't really know what they did, because...
So you woke up in what was essentially some sort of a makeshift operating room at Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. You saw them committing some sort of medical crime, some sort of procedure upon you. And did you ever feel any sort of physical pain or trauma, or were you ever able to confirm exactly what they did? I know you've got trauma from the whole experience, but was it...
Crazy. I had severe trauma.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to fucking die every day.
Yeah.
They did something serious to me, and I know they did, because I've abused myself many times in my life, but I've never felt as bad as I did when I came back from that place.
What do you think they did? Were you ever able to confirm it or figure out exactly what they did to you down there?
I can't confirm it exactly, but as we all know, there's a big cover-up going on here, and I think these criminals are capable of a lot more than any of us can comprehend. So, I mean, I wish I knew the truth, but if I did know more, I'd probably be dead. And like I said before, like, they probably want me dead already. I can't go out. I can't even go to the beach. I've been followed. I've had my tires slashed. And no, I'm not crazy. I've been going out in Cape Town my whole life. As a young girl, I used to take the train. I used to take taxis. I had no problem going out as a young girl in Cape Town. But nowadays, I can't go out because my tires get slashed.
My responsibilities increased with each acquisition that he had and each new project. So I believe the first thing that he purchased after was the ranch in New Mexico.
Okay.
And so what he had tasked me with up until that, and I think that was purchased in 94, if I'm right. So he had tasked me, one of the things that we did was visit, in my mind I say every state, but it wouldn't have been every state, but many states, to go look at real estate. And so I know we went to Montana, I know we went to Utah, and it was to go look at real estate. It was fun, to be honest. And then I arranged for us to go to New Mexico, and he just loved New Mexico. And then I don't remember how the ranch happened. I don't remember that now, it's lost. And then he ended up buying the ranch, and I think, if I'm right, it came from the kings who may have been the governor, and bought the ranch. And then I had to deal with that. And dealing with that was extensive. I mean, the way that I thought of myself, or the way that I think is the best way to explain how I view my role, was as a general manager. Because each property to me was like a hotel. So the ranch was very challenging, because not only that, but it had BLM land. So to maintain your BLM, you had to have cattle. And I love animals, and so the first thing, horses, and so I wanted it, if you're going to have a ranch, I like authenticity, so I don't think you should have a ranch if you're not going to have the things that make it special.
You had a Secret Service detail that traveled with you after you left office, presumably still does, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did that detail accompany you on all trips that you took with Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Jeffrey asked me to sit down next to him while the girl performed a full body massage, and she was very professional. She kept her clothes on, and he had his behind, like he was laying on his stomach, and he had a towel covering like that part of his body. So it seemed completely normal. And I pulled up a chair, and he told me, I think you're very talented. I think you should be in school. And I want to offer you a scholarship to get a bachelor's degree in fine arts, because you need that if you want to succeed in the art world. Then he continued on to dictate what school he wanted me to enroll in. He said, you're going to go to School of Visual Arts. I want you to go down there and pick up a catalog and start with 2 summer courses. And then the secretary will take care of the rest. So whatever directions he gave me, I followed through, and without asking any questions. And within like a week or two, I was taking classes.
The thing is, Epstein had such a hold on me and so many other people. It's almost like he was running a bit of a cult, you know, and he would find people and like sort of try to control them. And the thing is, like, no one disobeyed Epstein. Like, disobeying them would have been a very bad idea. You know, look at the Maxwells, you know, and all those families. They're very, very dangerous. You know, being around Epstein it was like a mouse being around a snake, like a mouse with a puff adder or a cobra. That's how I felt.
He never used the word recruit. That's something that I think the lawyers invented. He used to use the word bring.
Same thing.
Bring. I know it's the same thing, but like, you know, when people use the word recruit, like he actually never said the word like recruit, like this or that.
Yeah, but it seems like all the handful of women that I've interviewed who have been his victims, and plenty of others, it seems like everyone involved with him was bringing friends.
Or were asked to
Yeah.
bring a friend. But he tricked me into bringing someone. He was like, oh, if you have good-looking friends, bring them over. And I was like, okay, like, you know a lot of people, I guess, didn't really tell me what it was for. I thought, hey, if I meet some like pretty people that are involved in the art world, he would probably like to meet them. And I met this one girl. She was the only one that I really brought over. I met her at an art gallery. She was dating a very famous artist, and who eventually turned out to come out in the Epstein files, by the way, which I didn't even know that he already knew the artist. Had I known, I would have never brought her over to the house. I thought it would have led to some kind of a thing with like the boyfriend, the artist. Like, he would have definitely wanted to meet a famous artist whose artwork was just like the type of work that he collected. It was very weird, grotesque, and probably blasphemous. I think he used to paint like upside down crosses. He was a photographer also, and he tricked us into doing something that day, and I was mortified. I never brought anyone over ever again, not in that manner. The second person that I brought over was actually Lisa's roommate. I can't reveal her name because she doesn't want to come forward. Lisa had told her about Jeffrey Epstein, and then she heard through Lisa that he paid for my art classes. She really wanted to go to college. She was also a model. And both of them sat me down one day in Lisa's living room and asked me to take the roommate to meet Jeffrey. I think they both knew that if I took her there, she would get that scholarship to go to NYU. But if Lisa took her there, he would have maybe given her something else. I have no idea. But I did take her to the house, and it was early morning one day, and she ended up getting exactly what she wanted. She brought with her a proposal asking for a 4-year scholarship to go to NYU, and a list of like materials, computers, books, all sorts of things. And I recall Lisa telling me like he was sending her computers and she's now going to NYU. And years later, I found out that she actually graduated with a 4-year degree. So those stories do exist where he paid for a full ride for some of these girls. And the third friend that I brought over, I thought it was gonna be like a similar situation, like she also was an artist, looking to finish her like collegiate studies. She was like me. We didn't have our permanent residency at the time. So for us, the two of us, we shared that in common. We couldn't go to the art school of our choice, even though we had the talent. And I brought her over. I thought it was gonna be a similar situation. He's gonna offer her a 4-year scholarship and she'll graduate, even though he took mine away. And that day turned into an incident of assault, where we didn't even meet with him in the study, and we were escorted straight into the massage room, and Virginia Roberts was in there waiting with Jeffrey Epstein, and that just turned into an incident where the two of them, the two females, were doing things to me. And I don't know how long that went on for, but he really enjoyed watching what they did to me.
Virginia Roberts Giuffre, are you familiar with her?
Mm-hmm.
As has already been established, she has stated in numerous sworn statements, including a sworn deposition in the deposition in the Maxwell trial, that she saw you on the island with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, this morning, her family shared her diary with me. And in it is a quote wherein she writes, quote, Bill Clinton met 2 times island with 2 girls, CT, G, M, and JE. What is your reaction to that?
It's not true.
Do you have any dates associated with that? Were there dates on the diary?
I don't have that information, but we'll be happy to share it with you.
Terrific, because I think there are also records that would reflect where else he would have been. So thanks.
Did she say that in her book?
This is from her personal diary that her family shared with us.
Yes, but the book came out more recently. Did she say that in the book?
I'm just reading you the entry from her diary that her family shared with me.
I think she ultimately reached a different conclusion, although I had no contact with her.
Regarding Virginia Jeffrey, who Epstein hired when she was only 16, it was written, he picked vulnerable victims. By 13, she was living on the streets where she was abused by older men. Life with Epstein provided a kind of security. He paid her, got her an apartment, and took her to New Mexico, London, Paris, Tangiers, and his island.
Yeah, it's just so traumatizing thinking about how he did this to me, like, constantly. It wasn't the first time. And that's my lasting memory of Virginia. And I really liked her before that. He told us that he wanted us to be friends since the first time I met her, and I thought we were friends. He had her do those things to me. And I had my friend do that to me.
This is a portion of Virginia Giuffre and her testimony. And in it, she is referencing you, Mr. President, and says he, Mr. Clinton, told me long ago that everyone owes him favors. They are all in each other's pockets. She's asked, I'm sorry, maybe that wasn't you that you was referencing, Clinton. I'll start over. He told me long ago that everyone owes him favors. I believe that's referring to Mr. Epstein. They're all in each other's pockets.
Sorry, could you, so what line are you starting at?
Yes, ma'am. I'm starting at the first line, and I do believe I incorrectly said that she was referencing Mr. Clinton. So to correct that.
So she's not referencing.
Correct.
She's not referencing President Clinton. She's referencing instead who?
I believe this is Jeffrey Epstein that she is referencing here.
Thank you, Ms. Bober.
Thank you. And then she's asked, would you say you asked him why Bill Clinton was here? And Virginia responds, on the island. Where he was here, on the island.
According to his friends at the time, you think you know him and then you peel off another ring of the onion skin and there's something else extraordinary underneath. What you see is not what you get. One woman claimed that she was hired by him to help get underage girls to him, picking them up from bus terminals, and admitted that she had personally witnessed him rape one of them. Anuska DiGiorgio was picked up by Epstein for modelling work, and later stated, Jeffrey thought we were disposable. Others like Chante Davis and Rachel Benavides were hired for massage services, the latter of which had met him at Zoro Ranch and had communications with him for 2 years, though she was expelled after refusing to sign a non-disclosure agreement. He provided me with promises of continuing education and a clientele that's a world-class clientele, and that's kind of how he lured his tentacles into me. Epstein was friends with several influential people, attending parties with many of them including the likes of Harvey Weinstein, Prince Andrew, David Copperfield, Bill Clinton, Princess Mette-Marit of Norway, George Stephanopoulos, Mark Zuckerberg, Reid Hoffman, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Noam Chomsky, Katie Couric, Woody Allen, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Sergey Brin, Larry Page, Louis Ranieri, Ronald Perelman, Tom Pritzker, Naomi Campbell, and Stephen Hawking. His phone book would later be revealed to contain contact with celebrities such as Rupert Murdoch, Michael Bloomberg, Andrew Cuomo, John Kerry, Richard Branson, Alec Baldwin, David Koch, and Michael Jackson. He was spotted speaking with Princess Diana on one occasion and was on his private jet for a flight with Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker.
I am not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver.
The Chris Tucker that we got now is Epstein Island Chris Tucker, not Smokey. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Jeffrey Epstein, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. You know, we flew Bill Clinton and a lot of different. Well, that was a humanitarian trip to Africa, and I met him on that trip because it was his plane. I didn't know who plane we was getting on, but it was a whole bunch of dignitary people who was with a delegation, and yeah, I met him, and you know, you don't know people what they do in their private lives, so yeah.
But you gotta tell me this, Chris. He was on this private plane, and you could tell that it was a private plane because they called it, was it Lolita Express?
Oh yeah, it was a private plane. Yes. Oh yes.
But wait a minute, you didn't never go to that island, did you?
No. I don't know where that thing at. No. I only. Hey, we was going to Africa to save lives.
This is a letter from a book of letters, which
Yeah,
was
it's his
compiled
50th birthday.
Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday.
Questions?
Mr. President, do you recognize this
I
letter?
do.
And for the record, does this appear to be your handwriting and signature?
It is.
And why did you write this letter?
Why did I? Because I was requested to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And who asked you to write the letter?
I don't remember.
Would Miss Maxwell have asked you?
I don't know. I think someone on my staff asked me. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and errors, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends. Anybody who's lived 50 years and done anything has made mistakes as well as progress and done things.
But for the record, you weren't referring to errors in judgment that Mr. Epstein had related to his inappropriate activities involving you?
Absolutely not. I knew nothing about that.
Still feel like a 27.
You don't feel like you're...
I got stuck in a time loop at 27.
27 is a good time. But you said earlier, you said something about, you architected your life to be wealthy.
No, you may have misunderstood. I never thought of, I never sort of went after money. I don't think about money in that sense. I think now what I'm saying is once you have wealth, you have to think about your life differently.
The culprits?
No, not at all.
Okay, then...
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit.
It is proven that Epstein visited the White House 3 times, though some reports say as many as 17, during Bill Clinton's administration, but the reason for these visits has never been found.
Did Mr. Epstein ever visit the White House while you were president?
Objection. Asked and answered. The records reflect that he did. That's not the question.
According to FOIA requests to the Clinton Library, Mr. Epstein visited the White House at least 17 times between 1993 and 1995. Do you have any reason to dispute those numbers?
Nope, I don't.
With respect to the other 16 times that Mr. Epstein came and went, and that spanned 1993 to 1995, am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein any of those times?
No, I don't think I did, and I don't know who he saw. At the time, I had no idea he was coming and going. Huge numbers of people come and go in the White House. A lot of them come well over once, especially if they're lobbyists, for example. But I didn't know he was coming, so I certainly didn't know what he was coming about. There's a picture which shows him shaking hands in the White House Historical Association reception. That was in 1993, but I'm not aware of that. I first remember meeting him when I got on his airplane to take the first trip with my foundation in, I think, 2002, whatever it was. But
well, he said he doesn't remember them. Well, that's fucking nice. I'm glad he doesn't remember them, supposedly. But where's this fucking going? What are you doing? You're playing with our emotions. You're fucking using all of us. You're re-traumatizing us at the expense of your guys' own political plays. And it's disgusting. And that's the country we fucking live in. Where I watch other people getting held accountable of royal families, high, powerful people, and I'm sitting over here fucking, we're a joke. We're an absolute fucking joke, and it's so horrific.
I love my country and the Constitution, and I believe America was built on the idea that no one is above the law, especially presidents, and that we should all live by the same set of rules shaped by the Constitution. The girls and women whose lives Jeffrey Epstein destroyed deserve not just justice, but healing. They've been waiting too long for both. Through my brief acquaintance with Jeffrey Epstein, though it ended years before his crimes came to light, and though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I did take those plane trips with him, and you have a right to ask those questions. So I'm glad to be here, and I understand what the oath is. I have to be honest with you. You know, I'll be 80 years old if I live to my next birthday. I don't remember everything that happened 24 years ago, but I do remember some things, and I will tell you what I remember as best I can.
Were you personally aware that Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times during your presidency?
At the time it happened?
Yes.
No, at the time it happened, I was not.
Do you know, so Jeffrey Epstein never asked to meet with you personally in the White House while you were president during those 17 visits?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you know who he was meeting with?
No.
Okay,
I didn't know he was coming.
Is that standard protocol for the president to not know of someone who is attending, visiting the White House 17 times?
So wait, excuse me, just to be clear.
While you were president.
The White House office, which has 1,600 employees, you're speaking of the White House office? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I think that most presidents don't have a clue who's coming in every day unless it's somebody of personal interest to the president.
though Jeffrey did sever his friendship with Weinstein once he acted too aggressively with one of his favourite girls. Many sources claim that Epstein lacked a moral compass and just wanted to compromise the influential people by recording them doing things they wouldn't want made public for leverage. He would later allegedly admit to having blackmail material that incriminated powerful people, portraying their sexual proclivities and recreational drug use. For years, he formed a strong friendship with future President Donald Trump, who admitted in a 2002 interview, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
President Trump had a long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That is not a secret, it is well documented, and I think the public and everyone in Congress understands that at this point. President Trump does not like talking about his long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I think we've all seen that as well. On November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. In one email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, "that dog that hasn't barked," and that an unnamed victim, quote, "spent hours at my house with him." In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, "of course he," referring to President Trump, "knew about the girls," as he asked Ghislaine to stop. I'd like to enter as Minority Exhibit A, Oversight Democrats press release from November 12th, 2025, titled House Oversight Committee Releases Jeffrey Epstein Email Correspondence Raising Questions About White House Cover-Up of Epstein Files. And that includes both the emails that I just mentioned. There was a fair amount of public attention on those emails, and 2 days later, President Trump asked the Department of Justice to investigate Epstein's relationships with yourself, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, and JP Morgan Chase. You are, of course, a former Democratic president of the United States. Notably, President Trump did not include any Republicans in his demands. Later that day, Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on social media that the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York would comply with President Trump's directive and take the lead on the investigation. I would like to enter as Minority Exhibit B, Attorney General Bondi's post on X, which also includes President Trump's post on Truth Social. It is well understood that you had a personal relationship with Mr. Epstein, and we will talk about that today, but the events I just described color our perspective on the conversation. It appears as if you and other Democratic figures have been targeted by President Donald Trump in an attempt to distract the American people from his own long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And if that were true, it would not be the first time that President Trump has targeted his political enemies under the guise of law enforcement. This deposition is occurring in the context of unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. You may have a perspective on this of your own, so before we get started, I just want to give you the opportunity to share any thoughts you might have on that subject.
I think I'll let you ask me some questions, and then maybe at the end I'll say something.
That sounds fine. Thank you. I'd like to start our conversation with a few foundational questions so we can just set the record straight from the very beginning. With respect to your relationship with Mr. Epstein, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, know about the sexual abuse that he was committing against minors and young women?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
With respect to your relationship with Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell, know about the sexual abuse that she committed and facilitated against minors and young women?
No.
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Ghislaine Maxwell?
No.
while years later he claimed that they were never that close, despite many witnesses describing them as being best friends and each other's wingmen, with a video surfacing of the duo partying together at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate.
They were best friends. I dated Jeffrey for a period of more or less, I think about 4 or 5 months. And the only friend that he would mention every time we saw each other or had a phone conversation was Donald, and he would share a lot of anecdotes. I have plenty of anecdotes. And yeah, they were very close, and they were up to no good. There was a time when he mentioned that he had to check in on him because he was unwell and very upset about something that had happened. I remember because he was late to pick me up and he was explaining why he was late. They were just, it was such a long time ago, but it was just that was his bro, that was his wingman. It was clearly, I'd hear about Ghislaine and I'd hear about Jeffrey. And I met Ghislaine in his house. She would come wafting in and out, the home in New York. So he was clearly just someone that he talked about all the time. And again, I met Jeffrey the second time and we started dating based on the reintroduction that happened at the Plaza Hotel at a Christmas party in 1992 that Donald Trump threw. And they were very, very close.
Despite denying it, records proved that Trump had flown on Epstein's jet at least 6 times in the 90s, and Epstein had flown on Trump's plane at least once. Flight records also confirmed that Bill Clinton had been on Jeffrey's private jet 27 times.
I took all or parts of 4 or 5 trips to Asia and Africa and one to Northern Europe on Mr. Epstein's airplane. And once when I was in Florida, I was offered a ride back to New York, but I wasn't there it was just coincidental that he was there, and I think that was fairly early in the process, but I don't remember exactly. I just know that I did. I took one flight back from Florida to New York.
Mr. President, one of the concerns of the committee is how Mr. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell potentially attempted to curry favor with influential figures. My question was, after you left office, did you or your staff ever conduct a review of records related to Mr. Epstein's connections to your White House?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Mr. President, the article reads, by 1995, Clinton and Epstein were sufficiently chummy that he wrote a get well soon note to Epstein's ailing mother. Hang in there, the president scrawled on a yellow post-it, which Epstein saved and we reviewed. Mr. President, did you write this note?
Are you asking if he recalls writing this note from 1995 on a post-it?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Just clarify.
It looks like my handwriting, but I don't recall, but I will tell you this. I have written get well notes to lots of people I did not know and had never met.
And you answered my next question. Did you ever meet Jeffrey Epstein's mother or any of his family members?
No, I'm not sure that I was asked to do this by Jeffrey Epstein.
I want to focus specifically on the article's characterization. It says that you were chummy with Mr. Epstein in 1995. Is that accurate?
No, I'm going to object to that characterization. It's hearsay. The President may answer.
No. I was surprised by that.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
I think the evidence is there.
At any time, would you characterize Mr. Epstein as a friend?
We were friendly, but I didn't know him well enough to say we were friends.
How often did you communicate with Mr. Epstein?
Usually only on the trips. I did go to his house once, as you know.
Epstein would later state, I can't be totally wacko in what I do. It affects lots of other people who will get angry with what I do because then it affects me again. But on my own island or on my own ranch, I can think the thoughts I want to think. I can do the work I want to do, and I'm free to explore as I see it. Maria Farmer, who was an artist who worked for him in the 90s, came forward in 1996 with the allegation that Jeffrey Epstein had raped her. She was allegedly shown a media room in his New York mansion showing pinhole cameras scattered throughout the entire house, and claimed that this room was accessed through a hidden door. There were men sitting there, and I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, toilet, bed, bed, toilet, bed. It was very obvious that they were monitoring private moments.
Maria Farmer was employed by Jeffrey Epstein and abused by him for a number of years. And she first reported her abuse to the New York PD and FBI in 1996. And she states that she has personal knowledge that you visited Jeffrey Epstein's house 3 to 4 times while you were the sitting president between 1995 and 1996. And she says she knows this based on photographs that Ghislaine Maxwell showed to her, as well as discussions with the staff. So let me ask you, Mr. President, did you visit Jeffrey Epstein's house while you were president?
I do not remember doing that. I do not believe I did.
How do you explain this discrepancy?
Objection calls for him to speculate.
I can't speculate. But all I can tell you is I don't remember being there.
I was with President Clinton. President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. And Epstein had flown him. And there was a dinner.
Despite this story being handed over to the police, no further investigation was ever done.
If the FBI and the governmental institutions listened to Maria Farmer in 1996, I wouldn't have been raped. Liz Stein, the other survivor, I was 10 years old when she was being trafficked. I was 10. I'm now 37. I was 10 when she was being raped.
A lot of the victims are frightened to speak out. You know, a lot of them are not able to. A lot of people have had to sign agreements giving away their freedom of speech. But there's certain ways you can speak out, you know, and I just think the more people who speak out, the better. Because if we don't speak out, then who will? And it's not just about the victims, it's about the public as well. It's about everyone right now, because it's really hurt people's minds. It's hurt people's heads. It's been such a horrible lie, everything that's been going on. And I think the more people who speak out, the better.
I don't know if America has dabbled into a Les Wexner on a deeper scope. Go look at Abercrombie and Fitch. Look at the boys they trafficked through the modeling agencies. This is why it's so huge and why the files need to come out, is because this is not just about girls that are underage and not just about children. There are boys in that file. There are boys that are now grown men in that file that have never seen a day in court, that have been shamed into silence because of the stipulation and the horrific conversations circulating homophobia now. And they're scared to come forward, a lot of them. It's like, at what point do we sit back and say, these are the most heinous, egregious crimes against children and men and women that I have ever seen. And it is absolutely unacceptable for any government official to block the perpetrators in this.
They stopped looking for us. They got to a number back then and they were like, fuck, how are we gonna cover this one up? We're finding girls left and right. And then they thank God I wasn't found or involved in that back then, because I don't know if I would have made it out of that, because I have talked to survivor sisters and his teams were hunting them down and stalking them at 16, 17 years old, 18 years old, freaking watching their houses, pulling up their MySpace profiles, using any picture of them at a party or something against them. Like, I was so broken back then. If that would have been used against me, the things that I was doing back then, stripping or being any of that, I don't know that I would have made it out. And some of these girls didn't. They didn't make it out. We have lost numerous girls to this.
This is how narcissists operate. They're con artists, they're liars, they're users. I don't think he didn't just victimize the sexual abuse victims, he also targeted famous people, influential people, and put them in compromising situations so that he can use them. Narcissists like to use and use and abuse and use and abuse. But as long as you agree with them, they're okay with you. Once you start confronting them, which you don't want to do, like, unless you want them to come after you and destroy you.
Of you with a 12-year-old girl.
As a society, you know, we always blame the victim. We always say, yeah, but people, for instance, say to me like, yeah, but why did you go to Paris? Why did you stay in his apartment? Why did you want to go to Paris anyway? Why you didn't leave before? Why you didn't go to the police right away? Why?
Victim blaming.
Victim blaming, yeah. And that's I think the most important reason for victims not to come forward, because they're afraid. Not only afraid about their abuser, but afraid how other people will treat them and what they will say.
All the adults knew what was going on. The police knew, the FBI knew, our government knew. So when you say about the survivors, when the public says or makes comments, well, you could have just left. Oh yeah? The cops could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and followed up. The FBI could have taken our complaints a little more seriously and actually investigated and did their damn job. The DOJ could actually feel some remorse and guilt about the way they've handled this document and file release and actually decide to make a change today and do the right thing for survivors, for the children in this. The adults are still failing. The country's failing. And until we start having those honest conversations, it won't change.
There are documents to suggest that Epstein fathered several children, with one alleged victim claiming to have given birth in 2002 when she was only 16 or 17, but supposedly the child was taken away by Ghislaine Maxwell just 10 minutes after the birth. Another email to Epstein by Sarah Ferguson a decade later also congratulated him on the birth of another baby boy, but nothing is known for certain.
In October of 1999, toward the end of your time in office, we know that Epstein contributed $20,000 to the First Lady's joint fundraising account. Would you have any memory or knowledge of that particular contribution?
No, was that for a White House related thing?
No, joint fundraising, he means the Senate.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
By 1999, our relationship had foundered.
Why?
Well, two reasons. We were never sleeping together again, so we stopped having sexual relations in 1999. Not full sex, so just to be clear. Didn't mean that we didn't still share a bedroom sometimes or whatever. He had another girlfriend.
He had what?
Other girlfriends. I definitively knew that it was over after 9/11, actually. Because we were both from New York. And I don't know, were you in New York? 9/11's. And it was a scary time if you were in New York. You didn't know, I didn't know, nobody knew what was going on. And he was in 71st Street and I was in 65th Street, my house. And he wouldn't see me. At all. So his mum, who I was very close to, was in hospital at Leonard's Hill, just asked me to look after her. And then I knew, as anyone did at that time, you're not going to be there for someone in 9/11, you're never going to be there. So for me, that was the lie in the sand.
Your second term ended in January of 2001. In December of 2001, the New York Post reported that you and Miss Maxwell had dinner at a New York City restaurant called Nello's. Do you have any specific recollection of that dinner?
No. How did I know? I didn't. Nor do I remember the article.
I wanted to get married and have children. And Epstein had encouraged me to believe that that would I don't know about them. Certainly by the late 90s, I knew the marriage part was never going to happen. I had believed that maybe in 96, 97, 98 maybe, but then I realized it wasn't that. But I did think that we might have a child, which is what I had.
It sounds like there were 2 meetings. We don't have exact dates for them, but one of them was at your office in Harlem with Mr. Epstein. The other was at Mr. Epstein's home in New York City. Could you just repeat for us, what do you recall about each meeting, maybe starting with your office in Harlem?
I just remember that sometime in 2002, I think, he paid a visit, and he had become, I think it was either after or just before we started the flights. But he obviously was going to be a serious supporter of the foundation, and I think he paid a visit. I was flattered he wanted to see my office. I liked it.
And then the meeting at his home in New York City, did I hear you say in the previous hour that Mr. Epstein was not actually there?
I said that when I wrote my book and talked about it, and when I've talked about it in the past, I realized I talked as if he were there, and of course he was there. And I started trying to picture the nice man on the staff that showed me around. And now I'm just being honest, I don't remember whether he was there or not. He could have been there, but I don't remember.
As of 2002, Epstein began investing $80 million into the DB Swim Special Opportunities Fund, which was being invested into illiquid debt securities. However, after some accounting irregularities were reported, he attempted to redeem his initial investment, but this was declined and the fund closed down not long after. He wasn't too phased, however, as Epstein had a financial administrative staff of around 150 employees across Manhattan, Columbus, and St. Thomas.
Sometime after I left the White House, either in late 2001 or early-ish in 2002, I received a call from Larry Summers, who had been on my economic team and was later Secretary of Treasury, and was then president of Harvard. And he said that he was calling because a man named Jeffrey Epstein, who had made a substantial commitment of several $1 million, I think it was 10, but whatever it was, I don't, to brain research. And that he was a information hungry person, and he wanted to spend some time talking to me about economics and politics. And he said, he's got this massive airplane, and he said he would take you, your staff, your Secret Service detail, and anybody else you wanted to bring on the trips that he knew I was planning to set up a global network to provide life-saving AIDS medicine to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible.
Flight logs indicate that on February 9th of 2002, and we'll give you the logs, you flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from Miami to Westchester County, New York, with Epstein, Maxwell, and some others. And you mentioned this flight in the previous round as well. I will introduce that flight log as Minority Exhibit D. And we'll give you a moment to receive that and take a look at it. In the same month, February 2002, and I don't have an exact date.
What was it reported?
Simply that you and Ms. Maxwell were seated together at a charity gala in New York.
Wow. I have no recollection of it, but it could have happened.
In September of 2002, the trip started at JFK, ended in London, stopped in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Mozambique, and South Africa. Some high-profile figures were on board, including actor Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker, as well as Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell. I will introduce those flight logs as Minority Exhibit H.
In 2003, he partnered with New York Daily News publisher Mortimer Zuckerman to try to purchase New York Magazine, but he lost out to Wall Street investment banker Bruce Wasserstein instead.
I believe I took my last flight in 2003. Now, Later, I became aware of some involvement he had in the first Clinton Global Initiative, but it was much later.
Why did your relationship with Mr. Epstein end?
Well, after a year or two, we really picked up a head of steam with this AIDS program, and a lot of other people whom I knew better and who really cared about the work came forward and offered to help us provide transportation. And I thought Mr. Epstein was an interesting man, but I didn't think he was really interested in what I was doing. That is, he asked all these questions. He did ask about economics and politics, as he said he would. And he never asked me anything untoward. It's just that I thought I had done what I promised to do, and he had done what he promised to do. And I thought I'd always, over the years, with these donors, tried not to overstay my welcome. I thought that we'd done enough, and it was time to start working with other people.
I started dating. And I met someone that I fell very much in love with in 2003. His name was Ted Waite. Ted Waite, you may know as the founder of Gateway, the computers. And we had an amazing relationship that went on until 2010, I think. It'd be true to say that Jeffrey tried very hard, Mr. Epstein tried very hard to keep me to working for him. Because, this is a complex operation. I'm not talking about anything untoward, just the sheer size of the projects. I'm talking the construction projects, the houses, the staff. It's a really significant job. And I ran all the properties, the staff in the property, the management of the properties, and all the construction. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars. The island of I can't remember what the budget was for the construction on any given year. It's gone. But these are very significant projects. And so that was what I did, and I managed the budgets. Well, I didn't manage the budgets, I oversaw the budget. So I would just make sure that if you said you bought an air conditioning plant, I saw an air conditioning plant, and I could call the island manager, did you receive the carrier, whatever,
Though the following year, Epstein and Zuckerman did collectively spend $25 million to buy celebrity and pop culture magazine Radar.
I suppose it would be true to say that I sort of viewed Mr. Epstein at that point as sort of family, if you will, like someone I could rely on. And I should have had more confidence in myself. I can see that now. But at the time, given everything that had happened in my life, I thought that it would, and I saw how he was with other people like Eva, who seemed to be very comfortable staying there. I thought this would be, and he always said I was like family. So he worked hard to maintain a relationship with me. He was generous with me. He let me use the plane, for instance, which was very generous. He would check in with my mum. Things that were meaningful to me in that time. And then it may still not have worked, but that his mother, Paula, had been in a very serious car crash, and she had become sort of like a surrogate mother for me, sort of because my mum wasn't there. I could look after her the way that I would. Sorry. The way that I would have liked to look after my own mum. So I became very close to his mother, and she had been in a car crash, and in 2004, I believe, it may have been 5, I don't recall exactly, she took her health took a serious decline. And Epstein called me and asked me if I could look after her. By looking after her, that meant organizing her doctors, making sure she had new clothes, making sure her house was clean.
Where was she?
She lived in a retirement establishment outside of Palm Beach, it's West Palm. I was going to say something like the Golden Girls, but it's not called that. I just don't remember what it's called. But it was an old age, it was a retirement home, if you will.
It was also around this time when Epstein's long-standing friendship with Donald Trump supposedly came to an end. They were both involved in a bidding war for a $40 million mansion in Palm Beach, which Trump ended up winning, though he sold it a few years later for double the price. The bidding war supposedly caused conflict between the two, and it was the final ever known recorded interaction, though Trump later claimed that Epstein stole young women from his Mar-a-Lago beach club, and that once he did that, that was the end of him. By November 2004, according to the Washington Post, the police in Palm Beach received a tip about young women coming and going at all times from Epstein's home, and this was only about to escalate. In March 2005, a woman contacted the authorities to advise them that her 14-year-old stepdaughter was taken to Epstein's mansion by an older girl, and during her time there she was paid $300 to massage Epstein and strip down to her underwear. This led to them searching Epstein's home, and an entire investigation finally began. During this time, Epstein was advised to keep a low profile and not return any calls from any reporters. But he didn't follow this advice and agreed to several interviews.
Sexual abuse is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democratic issue. It is also not a hoax. We are here as American survivors of a man who used his wealth and power to hurt young girls and women.
Did you ever have any communications with Mr. Epstein that related to young women or girls?
No.
People started to go after him. There was a Vanity Fair article where Maria Farmer and Annie Farmer were, after him. And then I think the thing is he couldn't actually be bringing girls from overseas anymore. It got too dangerous for him. Because the time when he let me go was the time when he was about to get caught.
I think I got a phone call, actually. I wasn't in Palm Beach. I think I got a phone call that there was police at his house or something.
And would you have gotten a phone call from him, or you think you just told by somebody that knew that it had happened, or don't you remember?
Definitely not him.
Okay.
I think it would have been the houseman.
So when that happens, whenever it was, that's kind of the first time you know that Mr. Epstein's being investigated for...
I didn't even know I didn't even understand.
Okay.
I didn't have a context for that. It was like, I didn't even know. I didn't know. I'm not sure even what I thought.
In 2006, his Palm Beach home was raided, which is when they found an entire video surveillance system. During this investigation, Police Chief Michael Reiter actually accused the prosecutor Barry Krishna of being far too lenient, demanding the FBI's involvement. Once the FBI joined the investigation, they were convinced that Epstein was paying several young girls to perform sexual acts on him. They interviewed 5 possible victims and 17 other witnesses.
It would be easier for me to just live my life and ignore it all, but I cannot ignore it all, not when people have been murdered. I can't sit there and be happy when people have been hurt and killed. Also, those bastards hurt me so badly that I'll never be okay again after what they did to me. I'm getting better every day, but this is why I speak out against them. For people that they've hurt. They hurt me, but they've hurt others worse, and that's why I'm here speaking out.
I've been in therapy for 2 decades now, and I was told very recently that, unfortunately, this is something that I'll never be able to get over. It's something that will stay with me for the rest of my life.
I hope that lessons have been learned, and I hope that I've gained enough experience where I can be there for any other woman, survivor. I really want to make it very clear, rape isn't just about women. It's gender neutral, it's class neutral, it's race neutral. Rape is rape, so I'm going to be dedicating my life to help those survivors.
They took my innocence, but they can never take my soul. They'll never take anything from me. They tried to mess up my life, They tried to hurt me like they hurt many other people. But what's really healed me is also the amazing people in the world who really care. I've had so many kind people helping and caring, and that's really brought me back to myself, and just thank you to everyone for that.
After raiding his home, they found items in the trash that suggested some of the girls were under the age of 18, some were 16, and some were 14. They found 2 hidden cameras and a large number of photographs of the possible victims as well. Adriana Ross was a former model and Epstein's personal assistant, and she supposedly removed a computer drive and some other electronic equipment from the home before the police could investigate, though a receipt was found from Amazon for books regarding sadomasochism. According to one employee, Epstein would often receive 3 massages a day. The FBI were able to find reports of 34 minors, which then rose to 40, alleging sexual abuse, with many witnesses corroborating the exact details perfectly.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis?
Form, vague, indefinite, and I'm going to give you the first warning, Mr. Kubin, that these types of questions are not only argumentative, but directed in a manner to embarrass Mr. Epstein. If you continue with this type of question, I will adjourn the deposition immediately.
If someone can't graphically describe his private parts, you know that they didn't see it.
What I've heard reports that it was unusually shaped.
It was unusually shaped. It was very small. Tina Brown wrote an article recently that went viral, and she referred to it as a micro penis, and she called it Kallman syndrome. And I looked up what Kallman syndrome is, and apparently Hitler had this problem as well. And Katie Couric wrote a comment saying, micro penises are going to destroy the world. I'm like, that's probably true. You know, it's like this insecurity that these men have. But with Kallman syndrome, when a male reaches puberty, that part of their body does not develop fully, or just does not develop. It's underdeveloped. And my theory about the deformed, like, you know, why it was deformed is because of, like, he engaged in too much self-pleasure.
Sir, according to the police department's probable cause affidavit, one witness described your penis as oval-shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom but was thin and small towards the head portion, and called it egg-shaped. Those are not my words, I apologize. But as Mr. Critton has stated, that this is a... I'm willing to continue.
It was like tapered at both ends. So when I interviewed with Tina Brown, you know, and there was another girl, and you can obviously tell from the interview that she gave in Palm Beach. She was one of the minors. I saw the video, and she called it an egg-shaped penis. So I told Tina Brown, I was like, well, you know, I don't think it was really egg-shaped. It was more like a lemon because it was tapered at both ends. And, you know, I spoke to her for about an hour and a half. We had a Zoom call, and then she like emailed me a few weeks later, and she goes, is it okay? I'm writing an article, and will it be okay with you? She was so nice about it too. If I mentioned the lemon, you know, shaped like penis, and I was like, I wrote her back saying, I think it would be very rich. And I said, you know, like, my therapist is telling me that I'm going through like the anger part of my like recovery process, and humiliating my predator is good for me.
One report claimed that 12-year-old triplets were flown in from France for Epstein's birthday, sexually abused, and then flown back. Jean-Luc Brunel's MC2 modeling agency was under scrutiny, being accused of supplying girls to the man since he had financed them.
I remember that I went back to Brussels, and then my agent, the Belgian lady, she was so mad at me because Brunel, he called her and said, where did she go? You know, she just left, and this is really, this cannot be happening. You know, so she was angry with me. She said, like, why did you do that? And I tried to tell her, but I didn't use the word rape. But I was like completely traumatized. I was crying. saying like, if this is what it takes, then I'm not gonna do this. If this is, this is not something I want to do. And he's a creep, and I never want to go back to Paris. And she made me feel really small. She made me feel like I was kind of an amateur. She said that, you are such an amateur, and if you cannot handle this, then you don't belong in Paris.
In May that year, the police filed probable cause affidavit charges alleging that Jeffrey Epstein should be charged with 4 counts of unlawful sex with minors and 1 count of sexual abuse. However, despite the ongoing investigation, in June 2006, Ruslana Korshunova boarded Epstein's private jet to his island when she was only 18 years old. 2 years later, she tragically took her own life after jumping off the balcony of her apartment.
There is more than one person who is saying this now, that they caught him. They figured out he was a con man back then. Obviously, nobody knew back then that he was capable of the mass evil human trafficking that ultimately took place. But there were a lot of warning signs along the way here. And the question begs, how does a guy like that end up amassing a fortune of $500 million? And in spite of getting caught at least once, and I've gone through some of the files, there was tons of evidence here. These women were trying to get their story out there, you and the others, when nobody would listen. And it's shocking to me that this was able to take place. And I guess it comes down to money, power, greed, and perhaps blackmail.
On July the 27th, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested on state felony charges of procuring a minor for prostitution and solicitation of a prostitute. He was taken to Palm Beach County Jail but released on a $3 million bond. As he awaited his trial, Epstein was potentially facing several federal sex trafficking offenses, which could lead to a life sentence. However, his legal team entered negotiations with the US Attorney's Office led by Alexander Acosta. By September, the prosecutors agreed to an extensive non-prosecution agreement instead of a federal indictment. This meant that if Epstein pleaded guilty to the state charges in Florida and not the federal charges, he would avoid federal prosecution and would instead be granted immunity to 4 named co-conspirators, and he wouldn't be given additional charges, many calling this a complete perversion of justice.
What was the name of any of the underage minors that were the subject of the criminal charges to which you pled guilty?
I don't know.
So tell me about those charges. What was the allegations of those charges?
Form. Solicitation of prostitution.
Okay.
Not underage prostitution, prostitution.
Were the victims or the prostitutes, as you would say, were they minors?
Form. I pled guilty to solicitation of prostitution.
Okay, so tell me what those cases were about. What happened?
I have no more. I can't tell you any more than that.
You don't know what you pled guilty to?
I just told you.
I'm going to object to form. That's asked and answered.
Do you know what you pled guilty to? The facts.
Solicitation of prostitution.
I understand that's the charge. What were the underlying facts?
Sorry.
What'd you do? Did you pull up in a car, talk to the person? Did they come over to your house? How'd you get them? Those kind of things. Tell the jury. What were the underlying facts about the charge that you pled guilty to?
Form, move to strike.
I don't know.
You don't know what you pled guilty to?
I pled guilty to solicitation of prostitution. Not underage prostitution, but prostitution.
After you find out about it, what happens with your relationship
I asked
with
him. I asked him what was going on, and he said, "Not to worry, nothing, taking it. Don't worry about it." And I was like, well, and then it all went quiet. He didn't say, he didn't share. I wasn't part of it at all.
These 3 females that were the subject of the guilty pleas in state court were procured by your method of having underage minor females locate other underage minor females and bring them to your house. Isn't that correct?
Objection. Argumentative, compound, harassing, assumes facts not in evidence.
You'll have to
and I move
repeat.
to strike.
I have to repeat the question.
Okay.
I own my side of that fence, that I was there and that I saw his behavior with women and didn't challenge him or do something. But I don't think back in the 90s or the 2000s we've had a cultural shift. And the cultural shift, I think, is a very important part of the analysis here. Not because I'm trying to justify this, because I'm not, and I'm not trying to, and I absolutely am not here to do the Poor Me program, so please don't misunderstand this. However, in the 2000s, when this behavior was going down, in the initial blush of the Palm Beach investigation, the women who brought the women who were underage, 17, 16, I believe, if my memory serves, were actually targets of the investigation and could have been charged with prostitution and trafficking, if trafficking was even a law. So you're taking behavior, and I did introduce him to women, I did, but not underage women.
I had not any idea exactly of the young adult employee that I hired for Jeffrey.
When you say adult employee, did you ever hire someone that was under the age of 18?
Never.
Did you ever bring someone who was under, or invite someone who was under the age of 18 to his home, any of his homes?
Object to the Foreman Foundation.
You can answer. Can you repeat the question? Yes. Did you ever invite anybody under the age of 18 to Jeffrey's homes?
Same objection.
I have a number of friends that have children, and friends of mine who have kids, and in the invitation of my friends and their kids, I'm sure that I will have invited some of my friends' kids to come, if that's what you're referring to.
No, anybody that is not a friend of yours, any female under the age of 18, did you invite them to come to Jeffrey's home?
Object to the Foreman Foundation.
Again, as I said, I'm not aware of having invited anybody other than friends of mine who have children to the house.
It's something that I have worked very, very, very hard for the last 6 years. So that, I think my statement was about 4 or 5 minutes, was the fight that I have done, the highs, the lows, the litigation. It was all worth it just to have those 3 minutes looking at Ghislaine, saying what I needed to say to her.
According to the Miami Herald, the agreement essentially shut down an ongoing FBI probe into whether there were more victims and other powerful people who took part in Epstein's sex crimes. Acosta himself would later admit that he was offered the plea deal and told it was because Epstein belonged to intelligence, was important to the government, and was above his pay grade. He was told to simply leave it alone. Epstein agreed to plead guilty in Florida to 2 felony prostitution charges, to register as a sex offender, pay restitution to 36 victims, and serve just 18 months in prison.
I'm very grateful that I was given a settlement, because it's also afforded me the time to step off the hamster wheel of life and do more research. I'm very grateful for that. But, for me, it's not about money. For me, it's about seeing these perpetrators put in jail. Stop it, just to get them to stop hurting people. Because I had a lawsuit against the Epstein estate, but I was very much told that I couldn't go ahead with my lawsuit. There was a whole lot of names on this document, but I was advised not to go ahead with the lawsuit. And I told them, I said, I don't care about the money, I want these people caught. But I was told that it would have been thrown out due to the statutes of limitations. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's really true, and I should have gone ahead with it.
It was later discovered that the prosecutors had violated the rights of the victims by concealing this agreement from them, simply telling them to have patience. At this point, Acosta was labelled a national disgrace. It continued in October 2007 when transgender model Ava Cordero came out to claim that Epstein had abused her, filing a lawsuit, but this was quickly dismissed, questioning her mental health and gender identity. On June 30th, 2008, Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring for prostitution a girl under the age of 18 and was sentenced to 18 months in prison. But this wasn't really a sentence. He was put in a private wing of the Palm Beach County Stockade, and according to the sheriff's office, after 3.5 months, he was allowed to leave the jail on work release for up to 12 hours a day for 6 days a week. This violated the sheriff's own policies, requiring a maximum sentence of 10 months, making sex offenders ineligible for the privilege, and he was even allowed to come and go outside of the specified release hours, angering the world further. According to Epstein himself, I'm not a sexual predator, I'm an offender. It's the difference between a murderer and a person who steals a bagel.
I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down.
Apparently he was never really put in prison. It's all a lie. But he had to be a bit more cautious with his feet.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million, the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by, or I'd have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about. In the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes?
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true?
No.
It was all because you were rich?
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money?
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to know what
does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. As your firm, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Jaffe, has been described by the U.S. Attorney as perpetrating one of the largest frauds in South Florida's history by crafting malicious cases of a sexual nature against people like me and others in order to fleece, using bogus schemes, in the U.S. Attorney's words, and investment schemes. Unfortunately, though, I'd like to answer every one of your questions, if I'm able. My attorneys have advised me I must assert my 6th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 5th Amendment rights under the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, at the moment, I cannot answer that question.
There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black
Yes.
Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not
better-
amazing, and I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh, I thought it was.
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just 2 sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I consider myself a hermit.
His cell door was left unlocked, he was given access to an attorney room with an installed television, and was even moved to the Stockades Infirmary, which had previously been unstaffed. He was able to use his own driver to take him to and from jail, and he was allowed to wear a suit and go to his office greeting guests as they checked in at the front desk. On July the 22nd, 2009, after serving nearly 13 months of his 18-month sentence, Jeffrey Epstein was released early with a year of probation on house arrest. But even this wasn't followed. Allegedly, he was only granted early release as he had provided information regarding Bear Stearns executive Ralph Cioffi and Matthew Tannen, who were also under scrutiny for their conduct. He was still able to take several trips on his private jet to his home in Manhattan and the island, and was allowed long shopping sprees and walks around Palm Beach. It was almost as if he hadn't even been sentenced at all.
Do you think there's a way that all these very wealthy, powerful, smart people were actually tricked by a college dropout, Jeffrey Epstein?
No, absolutely not. These guys are all criminals. Like when you get one criminal, like Sopranos, was Tony Soprano the only criminal? No, it's all of them. It's the band. They come together. They're greedy. They want the money. You can't just blame one person. There's always a group, and you need to look for the group. And that's what we need to look for here as Epstein's boss.
You never came across other adults who may have thought, it's really strange that there's this 14-year-old girl here.
We had the secretary, right, that would give me money if I needed. At times I would pass by his office. His driver, or I guess his bodyguard, I don't know who he was, he delivered furniture to the house. The maids sometimes would be there. I would be hanging out in the kitchen. I was living with, roommates that were like around my age, 17, 18 at the time. And I was like, well, I have to call Jeffrey. What am I gonna do?
I don't think any victim should ever have to go through what I've gone through or what any Epstein survivor has gone through. It should never have been this hard.
It was like being victimized again and again after the fact.
Well, it's like being raped again by the system. That's exactly what it was. We were raped by Jeffrey and Ghislaine, and the system raped us again.
Jeffrey wanted to destroy the innocence out of children. It was a power that he wanted from children. And when you think about that, there is nothing more sinister than somebody that wants to break down a child for their own personal gain.
We're supposed to be the greatest country in the world, and we can't fucking protect children. And these people don't stop doing it. They don't just stop. Even if they're worried about getting in trouble or think that they might get in trouble, they're still fucking doing it. Don't think that it isn't. And it could be your freaking kid next. It doesn't have to be a low poverty child. That wasn't the case for all of us. Palm Beach, he got a good grip. He got a good grip on the poverty children, but that was not the case. Some of those girls came from great homes with great families and they still got sucked into it. So don't think for 1 second that couldn't be your kid next. It's the same thing when it comes to drugs. Don't think it ever can't be you or your family.
And he did threaten me one time to silence me and said, if you ever tell anyone what really goes on around here, like, you know, he was threatened to hurt me.
Really?
And so I never talked about him after the last time I saw him. I was scared.
He robbed me of something, that he took something of me, and that I never got that back. And so that changed me, you know, that changed also the course of my life.
I maybe saw him once or twice, maybe even 3 times. I certainly went to his house once, for sure. Maybe twice. But I was not seeing him. The only time that I was in touch with him was when the things happened, like things, in the press that affected me, or when the CBRA case was filed and there was all that rubbish that went out, because I needed information. Because I didn't know anything about what was happening, and I needed his help. To understand, well, it doesn't maybe sound like rephrase that. I don't mean his help. I meant to have answers so that I had an ability to defend myself. That's what I'm doing.
Jeffrey Epstein was now a registered and convicted sex offender, leading to him losing many of his acquaintances. Many people cut ties with the man both personally and professionally, with some returning any donations that he had made, though Harvard refused to return any of the money he had given. But later documents released known as the Epstein files showed that even after his arrest, people were still associating with the man. Epstein's long-term friend Princess Mette-Marit of Norway remained in contact with him for years afterwards. In fact, Epstein didn't even begin a friendship with Bill Gates until 2011, 2 years after he was released from prison, though Gates later claimed that he only met with him in the hopes that he could finance his own work, but it never materialized, admitting it was a huge mistake to spend time with him, to give him the credibility of being there. Another close friend was linguistics educator and political activist Noam Chomsky, who remained in touch with him for 8 years after his arrest, who even wrote that he considered Epstein a highly valued friend and regular source of intellectual exchange and stimulation. Author John Brockman never cut ties and continued having dinner with Epstein for years afterwards. In 2010, Jeffrey began to date Karina Shuliak, who became one of the largest beneficiaries of many of his businesses. He paid for her education as a dentist, her mother's medical care, and her parents' house in Belarus. And on June the 18th that year, things continued as his former house manager Alfredo Rodriguez was sentenced to 18 months after being convicted for the obstruction of justice after not turning Epstein over to the police, but instead attempting to sell a journal with some of the relevant information that would have been extremely useful in investigating and prosecuting the case, including names and contact information of material witnesses and additional victims. It was in January 2011 when Epstein did appeal the hearing. He had been registered in the state of New York as a level 3, which is a high risk of reoffending sex offender, and the appeal was to reduce this to low risk, but this was rejected. He instead had to check in with the police department every 90 days, though this was never enforced by the New York police, which is in of itself a felony. That same year, Virginia Giuffre became one of the first accusers to ever make her name public, accusing Epstein of sexual assault. Sarah Ferguson then came forward, but Maxwell claims that Jeffrey bailed her out of financial difficulties and that she was just bitter that their relationship began to sour. By 2012, despite his conviction, Epstein's relationship with large investment company Honeycomb Capital caused controversy, as they offered him preferential terms and investments to source other private companies. But on the other side, JP Morgan banker Jez Staley and the CEO Jamie Dimon fell into an argument over Epstein still being their client. They had received a complaint from their general counsel Stephen Cutler, who argued that Jeffrey was not an honorable person in any way. He should not be a client. The trio met up and Cutler was convinced to keep him on board, but eventually Epstein was let go the following year. In 2015, Epstein's business ventures grew as he invested in reportedly Homeland Security, but his business collaboration still continued as late as 2018, 9 years since he became a registered and convicted sex offender, where he claimed to be helping Elon Musk find a new chairman for Tesla, since he, Musk, was now in trouble over comments he had made about privatizing the company. But it turned out that in 10 years, not much had changed. With warrants in hand, the FBI forced open the door of Epstein's Manhattan home to find evidence of sex trafficking. Hundreds and possibly thousands of photographs were found of fully or partially naked women in suggestive poses, some of which were proven to have been underage. These photos had been locked inside a safe as well as on labeled CDs. They discovered $70,000, 48 diamonds, and a fraudulent Austrian passport. On July the 6th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein returned from France to the United States, where he was arrested at the airport on charges of sex trafficking and the conspiracy to traffic minors for sex.
Then all the Jeffrey stuff came back up. And, I was just scrolling on stupid fucking Facebook, and there's a side-by-side photo of him and Bill Clinton, and I stop, and I hadn't seen him in all these years, right? And I'm freaking out, and I'm instantly the panic, not because of Bill Clinton, because of Jeffrey, by the way, who cares about Bill Clinton? But I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's a clickbait article, they just want you to click it. So I screenshot the picture. I send it to the girl my friend that got me involved with all of that. And I was like, holy shit, did you know that he got in trouble? Because this is 2017 now. He got in trouble in 2008, 2009, and I never was ever questioned about anything that happened, which was so crazy because I was very easy to find back then. And, I wasn't out running the streets or anything if they would have searched, they would have found a lot of us in Palm Beach. And I remember talking to her. She calls me after I send it to her. And she goes, oh yeah, you didn't know he had gotten in trouble. And I pause on the phone. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And she's like, yeah, he got in trouble back in the day. And this girl was living in my house when this was all happening, when he got in trouble, and never said anything to me.
Do you recall the details of this photo or recall the photo being taken?
No, I don't think I ever knew the photo was taken.
Okay, and for those who can't see it, it's a photo of you in a hot tub. There's a person next to you here. Do you remember where it was taken? Where was it taken?
I'm almost sure that this taken, I think there's an adjacent photograph, which you probably have, that if people saw it, they would feel that someone was trying to con them showing this picture. But anyway, this picture was taken in Brunei. And we flew one night on a trip to Asia, the last very long leg.
You said we, who is that including?
Well, my TIL team that was working
Thank you.
on the AIDS issue, and Mr. Epstein was there, and Miss Maxwell. But anyway, we got to the end of the flight was Brunei. It's a tiny place, but a very wealthy one, and the Sultan of Brunei was a man that I had gotten to know well in my 8 years as president. And his first involvement with international matters was basically to join the Asian Pacific Economic Leaders Conference, which I started and which he attended. And then he was very proud of that, and he hosted, his time came to host it. You know, you do these things in rotation. And it came at either at the very end of my term or maybe in the next year. Anyway, he wanted, when he knew I was coming, and he said he wanted to help me with my AIDS initiative, and he invited me to stay there. And he said, I want you to stay at this hotel, and I hope you'll use the pool. So I did, and then I got out and went to bed, exhausted.
I think it's happening slowly but surely. Like I've said before, I think if the full truth came out, it would break a lot of people's brains, because, you know, it's a lot more convoluted and frightening than what most people realize. This is not just simple sex trafficking, and sex trafficking is a disgusting crime, but it goes a lot deeper than that. These criminals have many branches to their organizations. And I just think that the more of us who speak out, the more that we create our own media, like, you know, that's why I've been grateful having X to speak out. I think the more people who speak out and share information, the better, because apparently the media do not want to interview victims of horrendous crimes. And I think the media should do their job properly and start interviewing the victims.
Do you feel some relief, some pride that there was this direct line in ultimately him getting arrested?
I would have felt much better today speaking if I was able to speak in 2008. If they would have gave me the chance to speak, these women would not have been through this.
And she's like, well, I didn't think it was a big deal, you know, because he didn't do anything to me. And I was like, not a big deal to you, but a fucking huge deal to me. And she still doesn't even know what happened in the room. So I'm like, mad at her again over the same shit that I was mad at her fucking 15, 20 years ago, you know? And I was like, why you didn't think she's like, no, you know, it was whatever and this and that. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So I started doing my research on actually how much trouble he got into, and he got a slap on the wrist. And at that time, my daughters are going to school on Palm Beach Island for violin. And that's only a mile from his house. And I'm like, never thought about him like that, even in the proximity of my kids, because I've tried to push him away, you know, and not think about that. And then when that came back up and I'm reading that this man didn't even get in trouble, sweetheart fucking deal, work release for 6 days out of the 7, and was still doing the same shit. And I knew in my heart that he was still doing all of this, right? And so I'm like, well, now what do I do? Now I'm enraged. I'm having all those emotions that I had when I was 14. Now I'm old enough and I'm strong enough to fucking stick up for myself. I left my ex-husband. I'm like, you know, I can fucking take on the world. Nobody's getting away with this shit anymore. And I reached out to like multiple lawyers, and I had some laugh at me. I had some of them hang up on me. And so I started doing more research. I was like, I gotta be able to find a lawyer that represents some of the girls, because those, obviously, they believe them, right? And I've had these people laughing at me and not even helping me or directing me. And so go down the rabbit hole of fucking taking in all this information. And for me, I thought it was just a small group of us girls that were involved in this, right? And as I'm reading this, I'm finding out all of this horrific shit, and it's so much more, and there's so many more girls, and it's, you know, and I'm enraged now, and I'm like, I'm mad at myself. If I would have told someone back then, I could have stopped so-and-so and blah, blah, you know, and you start getting into your head. And I finally find Brad Edwards, my attorney now, and I remember calling him and talking to his secretary, and I was like explaining, and when you're finding out something like that, you're just fucking rambling, you're just fucking blah, 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 and then she's like, hold on, let me see if I can get him on the phone, which isn't typical usually when you call an attorney, that you can get them on the phone right away. And he got on the phone, and he asked me a few questions, and I remember the one question that really fucking threw me for a loop was, who recruited you? And I know it's not that he meant it like that, but it's how the process worked. He wasn't trying to offend me by saying that word, but I had never thought of it like that. And I remember just crying, and I told him who it was, and he was like, you know, that was it.
I was invited to just, like, I don't know, like, meet the others, I guess, and I met a girl named Johanna, who was a 21-year-old virgin that Jeffrey couldn't wait to take to be her first, and he wanted to take her virginity away. And Virginia told me this while she was shrieking and laughing.
I had to testify in front of a grand jury because the world thought I was a co-conspirator. So when I did this and I went in front of the grand jury, I was not indicted because I'm not a co-conspirator, I'm a victim. And that was proven in the system, that was proven in courts. That's my testimony. My testimony of all the abuse and trauma that Jeffrey has put me through.
My world changed, right? I allowed myself to go publicly for something that I was extremely embarrassed about. I had reporters coming and showing up at my house, showing up at my job, coming, you know, and playing outside with my kids, and they just walk up. It was very, I'd never experienced something like that before. And a lot of fear started coming in play with all of that, because now everybody's trying to reach you, and I couldn't understand at that time. Yes, I wanted him to get in trouble, but I also didn't want to lose my privacy for me and my family. And it was like vultures coming in and trying to eat me alive, but not in a bad way, like trying to help, but it was just too much.
It was frustrating because Brunell was not arrested, and I just heard that he was in Paris and he was just living his life, and because he knew, you know, that all those cases, like my case, were past the statute of limitations, so he was free to do whatever he wanted.
I was working at a church at that time, and I got a call, and he's like, we got him. Brad called me, and I was like, just broke down in tears. I was like, this is fucking, all right, this is what we had been working for. We got, this is something's happening, right? People are listening. He's gonna get put away for the rest of his life, right? And we were setting up for that, to go to court and do all of that, and to have my day, right? That I had so much wanted.
Why was no one else brought in for a grand jury? There were adults that were actively abusing us. There were co-conspirators that were actively abusing us. Nobody had to go to that length to prove they're innocent, but the child in all of this.
Why has it taken this long to get one conviction? And who is responsible behind that? Who are the people covering for these traffickers? Because this was an international sex trafficking ring that trafficked hundreds of children and young women into the thousands. One arrest is, I guess, I'll take the scraps that I'm given, if that's what you call it, if that's what you call justice, a bit of scraps like a dog. But, you know, I'll take whatever scraps of justice I can get. But this isn't justice today.
However, likely due to the previous lenient sentence, Epstein actually requested to be released on bond again, offering $100 million and to be placed under house arrest, but this was denied, believing that he would be a danger to the public and could flee the country to avoid prosecution. But just as most of his life was filled with controversy, so was the end of it. On July the 23rd, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was found injured and semi-conscious at around 1:30 AM on the floor of his cell with marks around his neck. His cellmate was former police officer Nicholas Tartaglione, who denied knowing what happened. While it was believed to have been an attempted suicide, they didn't rule out foul play or that it was staged. But regardless, Epstein was still placed on suicide watch. However, just 6 days later, he was removed and placed in a special housing unit with another inmate with a guard who was to check on his cell every half an hour, and Epstein was described as being in high spirits. On August the 9th, his cellmate was transferred elsewhere and was supposed to be replaced, but never was. So Epstein was now all on his own. He spoke with his girlfriend Karina that day, and she claimed that he didn't sound remotely suicidal whatsoever. But strangely, despite these phone calls normally being recorded, this one wasn't.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. There's obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
Have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
The following day at 6:30 a.m., Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his New York City cell at the age of 66. According to the Bureau of Prisons, life-saving measures were carried out immediately after finding him, but many have disputed exactly what happened in that cell that night. It was officially ruled as a suicide by hanging. The autopsy was carried out the following day, which suggested that Epstein, who had severe damage on his body, was violently thrown off the top bunk of his cell. He had suffered multiple breaks in his neck, including the hyoid bone, which is common for those who hang themselves from a substantial height, but it's more common in homicide victims that have been strangled. The jail officials were criticised for sheer negligence, as it turned out the two guards on duty, Michael Thomas and Tova Knoll, had fallen asleep, and Epstein wasn't checked for 3 hours, though some reports say it was 8, and they admitted to falsifying records to suggest that they had checked on him. The two spent 6 months on supervisory release and had to complete 100 hours of community service. 2 cameras in front of the cell also supposedly malfunctioned that night. The FBI later considered releasing the surveillance footage that did exist to end the conspiracy theories once and for all, with Deputy Director Dan Bongino claiming that it clearly shows he was alone in his cell with no outside involvement whatsoever.
Then I got that call that he was gone. And I had already put myself through so much, and you talking to the FBI and doing all, like, so much stuff. And then to get the call that he was gone felt like I did everything and still wasn't gonna get what I needed. And I was never gonna have my day in court. He was never gonna have to sit there and face me. He was never gonna have to listen to me. He was never gonna have to hear my words. Whether they would have affected him or not, it was for me. I needed that. And it was stolen from me again. And I remember texting the FBI lady that I did a lot of talking to with, and I said, so he wins again. And that's how I felt. People say, he's dead, that's a good thing. Yeah, great. But he still won.
I had mixed emotions. I wanted to see him go through, like, the criminal justice system and in a trial, and I don't think he killed himself. I am still that very hopeful and very faithful Christian that I always hope that even, like, the world's worst criminals will find God and go through redemption. And if they're a sex addict, maybe, there's still hope that he could have recovered from it. Ask for forgiveness for his sins. But unfortunately, I don't think he did any of those things. It's really up to the person. You can't force someone to change. And I feel the same way about Ghislaine Maxwell and Virginia Roberts. I would have liked to have seen her go through the redemption and contemplation period where you pray and sit with, in your consciousness, understand the things that you have done were wrong, because she falsely accused me, and my case against Virginia was about to go to trial. I think she thought never in a million years I would have stood up to her and been so persistent. Because I really didn't do those things, and we had physical evidence. She accused me of giving her a 6-inch scar and engaging in an act of S&M. I've never in my life engaged in like S&M. I'm not into that stuff. She claims that she knew my ex-partners. Like, she didn't know anyone. Like, I don't know what she's talking about. She also claimed that I had a solo exhibition at the Met. I was like, yeah, right. You know, like, you look at my resume, I never had a art exhibition at the Met. But the main focus of the defamation lawsuit was focusing on the accusation that I gave her a scar from an indictable crime. And that is, by definition, defamation, because she stated that like it was a fact. And she kept going. Her lawyers to this day are still trying to prove, and they know they're wrong. They know they're gonna lose this case. And we had her medically examined by a dermatologist, and our expert witness was a plastic and a reconstructive surgeon. She does not have a 6-inch scar. She had a little tiny scrape that was like 8 centimeters that the expert witness said she probably gave herself. She also disclosed during her deposition that she was into self-harm throughout her life. So the rumors that are going around saying that she got unalived, that someone got to her, not true. Virginia attempted on numerous occasions, and other survivors who were friends with her have said that too. Like, we all know it, you know, this isn't the first time, and it's unfortunate that she went through that type of upbringing.
Then you have this judge in New York who's like, oh, sorry he's dead. We can't tell you anything, but here, come in, and we're gonna give all the survivors a platform to speak. To who? To you? To the fucking reporters in the back? To who? You, and then thinking that they're doing me a fucking favor. Anything I had to say was to him, not to anybody else in that fucking room. I was appalled. I told Brad I will not speak at that. I am not going to speak those words that were meant for him to fucking hear. And you guys all want to just fucking use it as a fucking ploy to a news media outlet or a fucking circus act. And that was step one of the baby circus. The circus has grown so outlandishly in this whole fucking thing that it's beyond me. Like, I get asked so many times, well, what do you think about this? I'm like, I am processing this like the rest of the fucking world is. Did I know that he was trafficking people to other people? Did I know that he had this whole ring going on? Do you know how much that hits on me when I thought for so long it was just this small group of fucking girls? To come to find out when I'm sitting in an FBI meeting for them to blow smoke up my ass about how he supposedly died, and girls are walking in that I went to school with and never knew that they were involved with him? Girls that I met when I was in college and was raising my kids with them together and didn't know that they were involved with Epstein? Those are hard things to swallow. And it's hard to digest that. It's hard to understand when you, for so long, you have thought it was just this small group of girls. To find out how broad and how wide it is. And the regret that you hold on yourself for not speaking up sooner, even though now I know that I wouldn't have been believed back then. He would have, get away with it. But how many girls I could have saved? Or how many, it was just mind-blowing. And then knowing He's got ties to Wexner. First real job I had was at Victoria's Secret. I was like, was he fucking, you start fucking going crazy. You're like, was he watching all of us? Did he keep an eye on all of us all the time? Does he have a little roster and be like, this bitch better not say nothing? Like, you really do start fucking, you go crazy with all these thoughts, and you're hearing all of this, and then you're seeing all of this, and then you're just watching the circus go on, and it's such a crazy experience to be living through. And then everything dies out for a while. It gets quiet. He's dead. Then Maxwell pops up, and we're gonna go after Maxwell. Cool, let's do it, you know? And then it kind of like dies out again.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein actually committed suicide?
I think no, definitely not suicide. It's either murder or he's alive somewhere. And recently I was feeling like he's still alive, but now I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure. The thing is, it definitely wasn't suicide. Absolutely not. That man would never kill himself. He was a megalomaniac. Megalomaniacs don't commit suicide.
I believe that he was murdered. Well, I was shocked. And I wondered how it had happened.
On August the 16th, New York City medical examiner Barbara Sampson checked the security footage and ruled it a suicide, but she admitted that she only watched 9 minutes of it. This led to Epstein's defense team demanding their own investigation, threatening legal action, adamant that it was murder, and they ordered the release of the CCTV of his cell. There were conflicting reports whether or not there was a video of Epstein's death, considering the interior of the cell may not have been in range, but it was reported that at least one was in the hallway outside his cell and would have picked up anyone entering or leaving, though this camera's footage was supposedly unusable. But there was more usable surveillance in the area, which had supposedly been sent to the FBI for investigation. Independent pathologist Michael Baden claims that Epstein suffered from a broken bone in his neck, which he said was extremely unusual in suicidal hanging and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. E. Young, who was the president of the Council of Prison Local C-33, did defend them, however, stating, "Prisons can't ever stop anyone who is persistent on killing themselves."
If he is alive, I would have to say, you fucking stole everything from me that day. You set the tone for my life. You made me feel less than. You made me trust people that I shouldn't have trusted. You destroyed my friends. I will never ever get that peace back. I will forever, ever be haunted by you. And you should be haunted by us. And I hope you fucking burn.
Despite the questions surrounding his death and its circumstances, the investigation stretched to try to find more of his crimes overseas in France, as well as to find any potential accomplices. Associate and modelling agent Jean-Luc Brunell was arrested and was also found dead in his cell years later.
When Brunell, you found out he died and committed suicide, do you believe it was suicide?
No, I don't believe it was suicide. No, not one moment. But that's also the difficult thing. We're never gonna know.
Similarly, Epstein's ex-girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested on suspicion of helping him abuse the minors and was found guilty on 5 of the 6 counts, being sentenced to 20 years in prison.
I think Ghislaine got that amount of time because of her age. You know, let's not forget Ghislaine has turned 60, I think, on the 25th of December 2021. Ghislaine won't see sunshine again. She won't hear the laughter, thank God, of children. Thank God. She'll never be able to walk in a field with flowers. She'll never be able to hear the sea again. She'll never be able to touch beach sand. So 20 years, Ghislaine won't last 20 years. You and I both know that.
It was a very intense day emotionally, but it was also a tremendous relief to hear that sentence read and to know that she's going to be spending the majority of her life behind bars for the crime she's committed.
I think the most difficult thing I've found more than anything No matter what Ghislaine has done to me, I don't wish her harm, because I'm not like her. I don't want Ghislaine to be raped. I don't want Ghislaine to be hurt, because I'm not her. And I hope she finds some form of solace or comfort for her retirement years. Because I don't wish pain upon any other human being, no matter what they've done to me. And that's the difference between Ghislaine and I, because I can't hurt another human being. So it's sad, and it's really sad that she felt that I wasn't worth anything. And I'm sad that she'll never see the beach or the sea again because of her actions. And it's something I'll never be able to understand.
I really spoke directly to the judge. I wanted her to take into account some of the long-term impacts that these kinds of crimes have and have had for me and for my sister Maria. And I wanted her to understand that there's systemic effects of those, that it's not just about those individuals, but also about all their loved ones and the pain and suffering that, you know, communities go through because of these crimes. And then for me also the lack of remorse that she'd shown and how this fight for justice, because she would not be honest, because she continued to lie, how much that created a black hole for all of us of having to continue to fight, put our time and energy into you know, making this day happen.
Yeah. Ms. Maxwell, when did you
Check the Foreman Foundation.
You can answer.
I have no idea when I met her.
Do you know how old she was when you met her?
I have no idea how old she was when I met her.
Is it possible that she was 13 years old when you first met her?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
First of all, is Jeffrey's friend, and his mother was Jeffrey's friend, so may have been in the house. When she was in the house, I had no idea how old she was. She was with her mother.
I understand that she was with her mother. I'm asking you, she was 13 years old when you first met her.
I have no idea how old she was when...
Was she under 18 when you first met her?
I have no idea how old she was when she was in the house.
Did you ever fly in a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ever, anywhere? I have no idea.
Okay. Well, at least one of the survivors claims that you flew in a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell to the island.
Did you ever?
Then I did not do that. I've never been to that island.
You saw the files. America's seen the files. We know that she is more than a co-conspirator. She is a pedophile. She partook in all of this abuse. She aided and abetted Jeffrey's crimes. She partook in the crimes. And honestly, in my opinion, she was more so of the mastermind. And her abuse was just as horrific as Jeffrey's, if not worse. And yet she is in a summer camp. And I have been very vocal about why aren't we investigating who made that deal? Who made that deal? Where did that come from? Trump and his entire administration, you need to come in, because as least you can do is explain why you're in the files and why she got a deal.
Did you ever meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
Many times.
And what was your relationship like with her when all this was going on?
I was just very nervous of her because I was actually told that she was Epstein's girlfriend. So it was like, it just made the whole situation even worse, where I'm like getting taken to this man's room and other girls are being taken there, and then he has suddenly the girlfriend. It was just too much for me to handle. But it was quite clear that she was a big part of the operation. They were working together. You know, if anyone was in charge, I would have said it was her, not him, in fact, because she was far more educated. She was, you know, more eloquent, like very, very, a very well-educated woman. Epstein was a more sort of simple guy.
Who were the other 17-year-old Masusis they were aware of?
I'm not aware of any.
Were there any 16-year-old Masusis you were aware of?
I'm not aware.
Any 15?
I just want to be clear. The only person that I'm aware of who claims to have been, you know, we have to, whilst I've established that now at 17, given that she has changed her age so many times, the only person that I'm aware of that was a masseuse at the time when I was present in the house.
I know Ghislaine knew exactly who I was when I was standing up, giving my statement, And although she didn't acknowledge me, she knew exactly my words before her. And addressing Ghislaine for the first time in 17 years is a moment I'll never forget, ever.
Well, I think if she was going to be given that level of comfort, she should name some names, right? You know, it's all about naming names and keeping quiet. But then again, I can understand why she hasn't been able to name names, because guess what? The media won't name names. This is why I've got my account on X, and I can't tell you how many times I've been blocked. You know, that's why a lot of the other victims can't name names. They can't speak because they don't have any following on X. They don't, you know, a lot of people, you know, I used to have an e-commerce business, so I have a bit of knowledge of algorithms and things. A lot of these girls don't understand how to actually get their stories out there, and they're also very frightened. They live in America. You know, if I was in America, I'd be a lot more scared. But basically, like, a lot of people can't really speak out. Like, even with Maxwell, how can she speak out if the news is going to block it all? You know, how is she going to speak out if the news won't put it there? Even though her family used to own the media, right? So I'm sure she could make a plan. But anyway, if the news won't put it there, then how do you get it there? And that's why I also speak out, because, you know, coming from a place like Africa, what about all the other people who get murdered and abused and raped, and they can't even speak out? If an Epstein victim can't speak out on the news, then how can anyone speak out on the fucking news? Sorry to swear.
So they wake you up at 6. And you can go to breakfast, which consists of a cereal and a piece of fruit, generally. And then you have to make your bed sort of military style. So there's nothing that's sticking out or whatever. It has to be a prescribed way, otherwise you can, to travel, you can get what's called a shot. And the tofu has there's no seasoning allowed, so there's no salt or pepper or anything. So it's beyond tasteless.
I'm disappointed. I don't feel that Ghislaine took accountability and responsibility really for the victims. I think that was her addressing the victims was a bit of a sham, saying I'm sorry. I have a particular issue with saying I'm sorry, because not at one point when I was being raped every single day, sometimes for 3 times a day, to 3 times a day, when Ghislaine herself, by her own hand, forced me into Jeffrey Epstein's room to be raped, did she say I'm sorry? I've spent the last 17 years trying to get some form of justice, trying to put together a life for myself. And I haven't been able to do that until today.
Epstein died, and they should take their disappointment and upset out on the authorities that allowed that to happen. And as I said, I hope that they have some closure.
Ghislaine has no remorse whatsoever, but, you know, put on a little I'm sorry for, you know, that was for the next stage when they appeal. I think they thought her defense team, very clever by the way, very clever. If you do something wrong, you want to hire those guys. She had no remorse in her voice. Ghislaine has no soul. And you know yourself what I've been through trying to take her down. And the reason why I've had to go through that is because she's a dangerous human being. She will reoffend, and reoffend. These people never stop, ever. And I guess when I came out of court, I was so shell-shocked. I was being interviewed, and now, nah, that was a strategic move by her lawyers to gain sympathy. Ghislaine feels nothing for us.
I obviously wish I'd never met him. You know, looking back now.
There were also reports of her being spotted with the missing child Madeleine McCann, though this has never been definitively proven. She would admit, "It is the greatest regret of my life that I ever met Jeffrey Epstein, but today is ultimately not about Epstein. It is for me to be sentenced and for the victims to address me alone in court. To you I say I am sorry for the pain you experienced. I hope my conviction, along with my harsh incarceration, brings you closure."
You can say as many sorries as you want, but I was raped because of you. I was degraded. I was humiliated. I was coerced. I was starved. Ghislaine words fall on empty ears. I can say whatever words I want. But I've always been taught that actions speak louder than words.
I didn't think it was an apology. She didn't take, any responsibility. She acknowledged that there was pain and suffering, but she did not take ownership of causing that pain and suffering. So it felt very hollow to me and the other women I spoke with afterward.
What was a really important thing for the Epstein survivors, that even though he died, the judge gave them like a moment in court to tell their stories, to share their stories. And in France, we didn't get that. So it was like, whoosh, was gone.
For years, the infamous Epstein files became a public discussion point, detailing several emails and correspondence to and from Epstein revealing any known associates who may have been complicit in his crimes. One of which led to the arrest of formerly Prince Andrew, revealing that he was responsible for the rape and torture of young girls alongside Epstein.
What's a fake? I don't believe that. I don't believe it's real for a second. In fact, I'm sure it's not. There's never been an original. And further, there's no photograph, right? And I've only ever seen a photocopy of it.
When I was there, he was like, "Oh, you should come to a dinner, like, you're English, and I can introduce you to the royal family." And I was like, okay. But then after he assaulted me, didn't want anything to do with it. But someone from his office kept calling my work and my cell number and trying to get me to go to a dinner. And I do assume it was Prince Andrew. He was like, "You look like Princess Di." And later I learned that Prince Andrew had a thing for Princess Di, so I kind of put it together.
We have a painting that seems to be of you, Mr. President, found in one of Jeffrey Epstein's residences, wearing a, I would categorize it as a famous blue dress worn by the White House intern, Monica Lewinsky. And I have this image here. This image is being passed around. If we need to go off the record while we do that, we can. My question is, are you familiar with this painting? Have you ever seen it in person?
I've never seen it in person.
Do you know why someone would paint this?
Are you asking him to speculate? That's calls for speculation. You can ask the artist.
And if I had known Jeffrey Epstein had this painting, it would have saved me this whole day.
I think people, including the public, often forget that while everybody's reading these files and gossiping about the girls, instead of trying to find justice for the girls, we're seeing this in real time, the same time that everybody else is seeing this and reading this material. We did not get a heads up. We got nothing. So it's re-traumatizing even more.
It's such a horror to read the Epstein files, but it's a bigger horror even that now we know what happened, and we're still not doing anything. There's no government until now who's really holding perpetrators accountable. Not in the US, not in France, not anywhere.
When you open those files and you're seeing my name pop up or the names of other girls that have also too been out, we're real people. We're real people with real trauma. This isn't just a Netflix documentary. This was our life that we lived as children. And I can't fathom staying quiet or staying silent. And I can't understand how a government can sit back for whatever reason, whether it's CIA, intelligence, or for whatever reason. Why are we sacrificing the children of America and around the world for our government affairs to keep everybody in line? Why is that a thing? That should never be a thing. Whether it's for government, whether it's for experiments, nothing. You never sacrifice children. That's not what we stand for as human beings.
There have obviously been claims made about you, and I do not believe that these claims are credible. The reason I am asking you specifically about that name is because that individual stated that you were in sex tapes, okay? It was unfounded and it was discredited. But given the politicization of this entire investigation, do you believe that it would be appropriate of members of this committee to bring in witnesses, whether it is about you or another president, that have unfounded allegations regarding sexual claims of misconduct?
That's not a decision for me to make.
As a recommendation in regards to avoiding trafficking, etc., and bringing justice for the victims, would you make that recommendation to this committee?
Congressman, just so I understand the question, you're saying if the witness has unfounded claims?
Well, I don't believe that Sarah Ransom's claims about the president are founded. I don't believe that there's sex tapes with you, President Clinton.
No, I'm just asking about your question. Is it you're not asking if somebody with plausible claims should be brought in. You're asking if somebody with implausible, unfounded claims.
Correct, because these claims were found to be unfounded by investigators.
So are you asking his opinion?
Yes, because we are trying to figure out in regards to being able to further this investigation and whether or not we are going to be interviewing other individuals regarding sex trafficking, avoiding in the future. I know that you and your wife have both been big on this issue. So I'm asking you, would you think that it would be appropriate that this committee bring in someone like Sarah Ransom, who has unfounded claims that have been debunked in this investigation? It's
he
a
answered
simple
the question about, he answered this question when you first asked it then, when he said that it wasn't for him to make those decisions.
Well, I'm asking for his recommendation to the committee and follow-up. It's not a gotcha question. This is obviously a very serious investigation.
Well, first of all, I recommend that you have on your staff a prosecutor who's had a lot of experience in this, dealing with these cases. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in a witness that you know is lying.
The emails revealed that he'd been communicating with author J.K. Rowling to try to secure tickets to Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, 7 years after he was convicted. Woody Allen was mentioned, but despite denying any wrongdoing, he admitted that he wasn't sorry about being friends with Epstein. He claimed that they were neighbours back in 2010 and that none of Jeffrey's partners were underage, calling him charming and personable. However, a letter was found from around Epstein's 63rd birthday in 2016 that acknowledged he was visited by several young women, and how Epstein's home in New York reminded him of Castle Dracula, where Lugosi has 3 young female vampires who service the place. Add to this that Jeffrey lives in a vast house alone, one can picture him sleeping in damp earth. UK politician Peter Mandelson was friends with Epstein, but he admitted that he deeply regretted it, even more so as it cost him his job as a United States ambassador. Bill Clinton has denied ever visiting Epstein's Island, though the flight logs did confirm he was on the jet several times. Though Epstein himself in the emails denied that he ever went there, stating, "These stories are complete and utter fantasy. I don't know and have never met Al Gore. Clinton was never on the island. The telephone book is not mine. It was stolen by my housemaid that is currently in prison for doing so."
Did you ever visit Epstein's Little St. James Island?
No.
It was believed that once Donald Trump first ran for president in 2016, Epstein began to grow anxious, as they both had enough information to incriminate the other. Trump has always denied being in the files, but despite claiming to have banned Epstein from the Mar-a-Lago estate after his inappropriate behaviour, the Daily Beast reported that he actually remained a member for years after the date that Trump had provided.
The president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't. He just said we were friends And then we had a falling out over a land deal, property deal. That's all.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
I was polygraphed before I did all this by one of the most renowned examiners in the world. Michael Wolff has hundreds of hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein where Jeffrey confirmed to Michael what the two of them did to me long before I came out and told you all of this. So those are two critical data points that you need to have, and now I'll walk you through what happened. I was dating Jeffrey. He was always talking about Donald. It was his bestie and everything, and he was joking about how Donald thought I was hot and Donald thinks I'm this or whatever, you know, wants to talk to you. And he was telling me this as we were taking a walk down Fifth Avenue one day. And he said, let's stop in and see him at his offices. So we went up to his office in Trump Tower, and within a couple of minutes, Donald was outside of his door, and his hands were all over me. They were on my breasts, they were on my butt, they were on, my hips, up and down, while the two of them just kept having a normal conversation. I don't remember exactly what was in the conversation. Again, this was, we're talking 90, this is 93 now. It was something about, it was irrelevant. It was like, oh, Stacy's career's on fire. She just did Sports Illustrated again, blah, 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 blah. And they were back and forth, smiling and grinning and carrying on a conversation while Donald ran his hands all over me. And, when that happens in broad daylight in someone's office and an assistant's walking back and forth, you're in shock. If it happens in a dark alleyway, right, you defend yourself. But when it's hidden in its brazenness like that, which is Donald Trump's forte, you go into shock. So I froze, and it was over and very quickly. It was a few minutes, and then we got back in the elevator, and Jeffrey's energy had changed. He was like seething. He was enraged. He wouldn't make eye contact with me. And then we got out on the street on Fifth Avenue, and he looked at me and he just started yelling at me, saying, why did you let him do that? And he was so enraged. And then I remember thinking, like, why did I? I felt like I was coming back into my body at that moment, and I was confused.
On December the 19th, 2023, Judge Loretta Preska ordered a list of 170 Epstein associates to be unsealed, and by February 2025, Trump's own Attorney General Pam Bondi claims that the client list was on her desk for review. By June, Elon Musk, after a recent falling out with Trump himself, claimed that the president was listed in the files.
We believe in the minority that President Trump should also answer this committee's questions. He's someone that is mentioned almost more than any other person beside Ghislaine Maxwell in the Epstein documents. And so to get more information for this investigation, was wondering if you also agree that President Trump should answer questions of this committee.
That's for you to decide, but he did know him well, and I once had a brief discussion with him about it.
But strangely, despite campaigning to review and release them, in July, Pam Bondi, as well as the head of the FBI Kash Patel, claimed that no such list even existed, and that there was no evidence that Epstein had blackmailed anyone, remaining adamant that his death was nothing more than a suicide.
And then Donald Trump gets on fucking his little crusade campaign for his election and is like, we want the release of these files. And I was like, the first fucking president to be saying what needs to be heard, right? Like, this is horrific, what he was doing. And he runs his campaign on this, and you vote for him, right? He's like, fuck. He's going to release out of anything. If you agree with nothing, he's going to release these fucking files. We're going to take all these fuckers down. Really. And he was working with my lawyer behind the scenes. So why wouldn't I have believed him, right? he's going to release these files. Then he gets elected and we get called to the Capitol to do a press conference on the release of these files. And now it goes from releasing everything to now this is a Democratic hoax. Now, why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Why? And I'm like, I'm confused. I'm just over here fucking confused and like, what's everybody drinking? Can I get some? Because the world done lost their damn noodles. And I'm out here, I got the Democrats fucking, come on, Jenna, we got your back. And then I got the president out here saying, you guys are fucking hoax. And then I'm like, it's not political, but here, let me help you. And then, oh, it's not political, but here, we're gonna do this. And then, and you're a fucking political pawn in all of this. And then, all the reality is go after the fucking pedophiles, right? Like, that's one thing we can agree on, right? We should be agreeing on.
Footage was finally released of the night of his death, but not only was the view obscured and unverified, but an entire minute was missing. The FBI initially claimed that it was genuine and raw uncut, but after further investigation, it was revealed that it had been altered, with 3 minutes being cut from the video. Representative Thomas Massie campaigned to release the files, stating, "This would force a full release of the files. It has the force of law. It's not a subpoena. It's not a pretty please would you release the files. It's the force of law. It's emblematic of the promise that President Trump brought with him to the White House, how he energized so many people who had checked out of the political system. He was going to be the guy who holds all the rich and powerful and politically connected people accountable. And that's why there's so much disappointment right now."
He should testify, especially if he's so adamant about being innocent. I would like to hear what he has to say. He was, around Jeffrey Epstein. That's a fact.
I hope this will produce a sense of finality. And I don't think that'll happen until the government starts holding on to all the records. I think that, the records should be released. And then I think that we need to come up with strategies to help people who can't get over this get better. And the most important thing we do, I think, besides treat the victims right, is increase the guardrails that will set off alarm systems and stop other people from doing the same thing Epstein did.
By September, there were thousands and thousands of pages in the files to be investigated, one of which was a letter from Trump himself which he denied writing or signing, calling it a forgery. However, according to Epstein's brother Mark, he had heard from a good source that the team were planning on scrubbing the files to take Republican names out, and just as predicted, what was released was heavily redacted.
Do I think he's dead? He could be. Do I think he could also be living underground? Very much so. He had too much information on too many people, and it's very clear in the release of these files. Even the redacted files, it's still very clear the ties and who he was hanging out with and who he was around, that he had shit on people. And
the most ridiculous part of all of this is that they're going to release the files, and then there are huge chunks that are not being released.
And then
so what are we doing?
Why are we protecting them?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Men or women, I don't give a fuck who you are. Fall, everybody. I don't care who you are, what power level you are. The fact that we think that anybody thinks that they're above the law. Because if this was a normal person, when he got in trouble the first time, he would still be in prison right now. He would have never, ever gotten that. They had 40 minors that they could have accounted him for in Palm Beach. He got charged with 1 and then 1 prostitution. The world should see the files to know who Jeffrey Epstein was and how the system catered to him and failed us. Emotionally, this process has been distressing. First, the administration said it would release everything and then applauded President Trump for that. Then it fought to release nothing. Now that checks and balances of our democracy have worked and the bill is getting passed to release the files, we are hearing the administration say they intend to investigate various Democrat
Democrats who were friends with Epstein, I beg you, President Trump, please stop making this political. It is not about you, President Trump. You are our president. Please start acting like it. Show some class. Show some real leadership. Show that you actually care about the people other than yourself. I voted for you, but your behavior on this issue has been a national embarrassment.
What would you like Congress to do?
I would like for them to give all the victims transparency to what happened and release these files. It's also not only for the victims, but for the American people.
We may have some of the files, but the damage has been done to the credibility of the government. The damage has been done to the credibility and integrity of the entire case. Because no matter what documents now are released, it's already been proven that there's been damage done to those documents. So at what point as a nation do we stand up and do we say to each other, this is non-political. This is about the direction of our country and the direction that our government is taking us in. It's not a good direction.
It is time to take the honest, moral ground and support the release of these files, not to weaponize pieces of the files against random political enemies that did nothing wrong, but to understand who Epstein's friends were, who covered for him, what financial institutions allowed his trafficking to continue, who knew what he was doing but was too much of a coward to do anything about it.
She knew him, meaning Mr. Epstein, for a period of 2 years. Approximately. During that time, she met a number of celebrities, but we're not going to disclose the names of those well-known people at this time.
So release the files, unredacted, and let every person in this country and around the world see how far we've gone away from God.
So my life has been a whirlwind lately. I just, the song and dance and the craziness of all of this and no hope in our government. I've lost all hope in our government. Both sides, left, right, in between, they're all fucking some bullshit, like straight up bullshit. Like I'm watching people getting taken down in other countries and we haven't arrested one motherfucker over here besides Maxwell. We're doing this circus show of let's Maxwell do a deposition. Let's the Clintons. Are we fucking out of our mind? We're going to let a lady that was proven to have lied under oath, and then we're gonna talk about the president who said, but I didn't inhale. Are we fucking out of our minds right now that these people are gonna go up there and speak the truth?
It's about a kind of a elite, a pedophile elite of powerful old white men with a lot of money who abuse girls, and the system protects them. And they still protect them. And for me, that's the most horrible thing of it all. We know, what happened. And we're not holding anyone accountable.
I also want to address a troubling statement made by a prominent figure on a major platform who suggested that a 14-year-old should not be considered a victim of pedophilia. This is a dangerous and incorrect notion. When we talk about how children at 14 should still be treated as children, I ask you to look at the young people around you. Remember when you were that age? Do you think you should have been responsible for being groomed? Put yourselves in our position when we were young.
The fact that they're redacting all of these perpetrators, but not redacting the victims, that is another assault on not just the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That is a war, an act of war on every survivor, every child, woman, and man that have come forward to talk about their own abuse. You can't intimidate us.
Pam Bondi said if we go after everybody that was involved, our government will crumble, will fucking fall. And the fact that you guys don't want that to happen speaks volumes on every aspect of it.
We need to support to push for the Transparency Act and release the Epstein files. Please reach out to your Congress members and senators and urge them to support this crucial legislation. The truth is something that we all deserve, and it is vital for safety and protection of the future of generations.
I hold a lot of shame and a lot of guilt for what I did. People can tell you all the time it wasn't your fault. They were the adult. But you hold that. I was 14. I knew right from wrong. I thought I did, but I hold a lot of shame and a lot of guilt and a lot of disgust for my own self still.
It took me years to understand that what he did to me was abuse, because by then I had still not processed the early childhood abuse, and I blocked it out from my memory. It wasn't until years later when I went to therapy that I realized that I was very traumatized and damaged for most of my life.
Which means we may never know the full truth, and as this list continues to pile up, we will continue seeking answers.